Well, we are back with another episode of Honkai Star Rail. How are we doing, everybody? Probably better than Emphorius, I can imagine. Oh boy. Surprised you're playing Honkai? Yeah, I've been enjoying the game for a while, Lamam, so I'm not that surprised myself. Still though, goodness me. After the last story mission, I've been excited to get to it, but like I have not been able to play and do any of the side content. So thankfully there were events and stuff that I was able to do off stream. I've been keeping up with the end game and things, but yeah. Also, we had the new buffs for older characters come out. I was very happy with Kafka's, and Silverwolf seems pretty all right. Really want to get Blade though, so that way I can actually, you know, see if his buffs are any good. Another new event there. Fine, you know, I think we're gonna wait for this one because I was thinking we were gonna do just a trailer watch the other day, but unfortunately, Fate had other plans. I just couldn't be able to get around to it. And I'm thinking, okay, do I really want to like do like a whole thing on all the different trailers that have come out that I've missed, or maybe some that I've seen, or do I just kind of want to like sit down, watch probably the one most relevant trailer before this storyline, and then just jump right into it? I think I'm gonna just jump right into it, you know? I think that's probably for the best. Overall, I will say, this is cracked. Like, what the hell were they thinking? I'm saving, of course, because the new Doc character is coming out next patch. But like, I am tempted to maybe get Sunday's Light Cone. There's also Firefly for second half, so we'll see, I'll think about it. I've got, though, some major savings, though, for when we get High Sealands, I think that's how they pronounce it, but I'm looking forward to trying that out. Oh my. That guy's turning into a hologram. Everything's turning into a hologram, so I'm waiting for them to reveal that this is all a simulation or something. I was super happy about the Scepter reveal last patch. That was so cool. Like, overall, I just have been very happy with how the story's been handled. I would have some nitpicks about, like, I wish some stuff was made into companion quests or little side missions or something, instead of making it all part of the main storyline, because I do think it affects the pacing, but, like, overall, I'm very happy, so I can't complain there. And, like, now that they've come out with, like, you know, Kafka buffs, I'm overjoyed. No. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. There we go. Don't want to worry about the book right now. Let's turn the volume down then for now. And let's look at this, because this trailer, this was a doozy, and it's actually relevant to the storyline that we are on. Fables About the Stars Part 2. Now, it was been a while since we saw Part 1, a really long while, but that was mostly just like primers on the... Well, I guess it was a teaser for Black Swan, but it was mostly primers on the Eons. This one, though, this one's a little bit more up my alley. It's a little different.
The last time I was on the Yuchue was centuries ago.
Pity that you now come not as a...
Oh, wait, 1 second. It looks like we're having a little bit of lag, so... Yeah, like I said, the plan was to watch all these, but... Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. But... A lot of good trailers, but I'm sure... There we go. And then this is the newest one. We're gonna skip that one, too. Is that better?
Hero.
The last time I was on the Yuchue was centuries ago.
There we go.
Pity that you now come not as a hero,
There we go.
but a prisoner. Put the abundance in their grave, empty talk.
The divination matrix will naturally determine whether your words are trustworthy.
Fine. As we always say on the Xianzhou, seeing is believing. A war of gods has already begun, and the abacus's calculated
Robot
future.
apocalypse, of course.
The Lord Ravager's wish will be fulfilled, and an eon
fast,
will
no!
fall.
I'm here for it now.
This is a chess game between gods.
That's a little
As
neat
each piece falls to
little
counter
physics.
the next, why not take advantage of it for our own goals? The Alliance already has the Swarm Author's remains to kill a god. We just need to temper the Hunt's arrowheads with Ruin's golden blood.
Oh, this is supposed to have dialogue, I'm pretty sure, but they left it, quiet. I guess they couldn't get the recordings in time or something.
A colleague told me that the Xianzhou Alliance is not our enemy. So why not join this great feast? And observe how billions of beating hearts walk into irreversible demise.
I guess it has to be a warp game or something.
Indeed.
Oh,
Death is not a process,
This is
but
good.
the outcome.
God, I love Fantilia.
Let the hunter raise their bow and kill what they love, what they believe in, and ultimately kill themselves.
Hey, we're not allowed to say that
So,
here.
what's the point in this process? Just for it to feel like a ceremony?
Okay.
Well, it's not like I have a right to complain about ceremonies.
Uh-huh, Chessmaster.
I mourn for worlds that can no longer laugh.
Mr.
Do you still remember what happened?
I saw a spot of light that dimmed the star.
Just casually going through several planets,
Then existence itself was torn,
creating white
leaving
holes.
only a despairing white,
You know, the usual.
enveloping both entropy and time.
Uh-huh. Is that supposed to be an eclipse or supposed to be some kind of black hole, I wonder? It's like it then transitions to this.
We salute thee, blemished one. In defiance of the cosmic roots that bind all, we offer a magnificent ruin.
Together, beneath your gaze, we bear witness to a colleague's end. Be it coronation or collapse, the end of their yearning is the
Is this
same.
still a Tuesday? Big white hole.
Just to witness? That feels like formalism. Even if every genius in the cosmos dropped dead, what's that got to do with us?
Still not enough for you? The fools will only flounder in tears after the wise have been buried.
Cease your chatter. The sun has risen from the end of time.
When Iron Team finally breaks its shell, the erudition's calculations will meet the end.
But who could say that Akavili on a new journey won't bring another salvation?
Trailblazing always ends up igniting something, no?
That's right.
Then, they'll achieve an even more majestic ruin.
Prisoner who picked up Starfire. If you are to become the first spark, then come and leave the cave with me. And in that fable about the stars, we'll pen the prelude of destruction.
Oh, Lygus, you looking mighty dangerous there. But yeah, I adore this trailer. I've been waiting for a trailer that just covered like the different Lord Ravagers we got. So the names are Selenova, we've heard about, Fantilia, of course, Asap Pramod, he seems to be the name of the Chessmaster guy, and Zephyros. So most of these we've heard of in passing at least. What the hell? Why is there a snake advertised there? But like I'm just like, wow. I didn't expect Selenova to look so elegant.
Coronation or collapse,
I don't know, I was expecting
the
something a little
end of their
monstrous.
yearning is the same.
But she looks fabulous. And then you have Zephyro. Of course, Zephyro like creates white holes to oppose Acheron's black holes. I'm going to turn the volume down just a little here. And then this, I mean, it's not like it's super major dialogue, right? But it seems to be just the idea that, you know, Selenova's retreating for some reason. Is this a trap? Maybe she's carrying out even more important order. I assume, based on what the dialogue's saying, that Phantilia basically told her, hey, back off from the Xianzhou, they're mine. That seems to be the idea from what she's going for. And I guess that makes sense, right? Because Phantilia wants to, like, you know, makes them basically, you know, off themselves, right? I love the idea that there's this primitive hunt civilization that in the background she, like, foments a civil war, and they just end up, you know, taking down. I guess it's supposed to be, like, represent, like, Lan in their culture with the bow and everything. Like, I just like all the little subtleties here. And then you got, like, this guy who's this. Like, this is just so cool. Just having a hand for a head with the 20-side die, you know? And then
Beneath your gaze,
nice 2D mix here. Like, just overall, I'm just really impressed. Again, I'm surprised. I liked Phantilia's design for the Ambrosial Arbor boss fight, but, like, this, I think, surpasses it. Like, I don't know, it's the Maleficent vibe. I'm just really into it. And then, like, yeah, just overall, I'm really happy with this trailer. It's super cool. And it gets us hyped up, because it basically confirms that Iron Tomb, where is he? Yeah, here we go. So, one, Iron Tomb is going after Noose the Erudition, and they're gonna kill a god. Which is like, okay. Like, that's interesting. I didn't think that they would have this whole... Which I guess makes sense in retrospect, because, like, Phantilia is going after Hunt and stuff like that. But it's like, oh, so each Lord Ravager is, like... They got, like, a particular target in mind that they're after. And the whole idea, like, we're gonna kill the god of erudition through, like, the computer virus, Lord Ravager, that's been mentioned. I think that's just super cool. And I've got so many ideas in my head. Like, the idea that, like, this looks like the Black Tide. And it's, like, infecting all the machines. So it's like, God, is it really gonna be, like, the Black Tide? And, like, Iron Tomb is gonna be, like, this whole thing with the anti-organic equation and the Emperor Scepter. Like, I'm wondering how it's all gonna tie together, if this is gonna be something separate. Like, I feel like it has to do with the equation at this point. The idea of, like, all the little machines getting, like, possessed and going into Penacony and spreading the infection, like, as they... that's just... I just love all the little details. You know, the Herta space station crashing on the blue below. I just wonder... I do wonder what the plan is, because it seems like obviously they're alluding to, oh, you know what, hey, Trailblazer could completely screw up our plans, but don't worry, it's not going to be, like, a big deal. So I'm like, okay, so we're going to stop Noose from actually getting killed, or is it like Noose is just going to get killed some other way if we stop it? Because they're implying Iron Tomb is the one that's, you know, imprisoned on Amphorius. But then my question is, they talk about Finan being the spark, so what is that?
If you are to become the first,
like, is he gonna be the one to free Iron Tomb? Is he Iron Tomb? Is there something else going on here? I don't think Lygus is Iron Tomb, although it would make sense because he's like an Intellitron thing. And he's looking mighty, you know, final bossy here. I don't know. I just don't know. But yeah, so all that's got me hyped. I'm really looking forward to seeing how all of this is gonna play out in the story now. Like I said, I would love to go over all the other trailers I missed and stuff, but you know what? I feel like we're going to do that after we do the main story, because there's a lot of stuff that's like, you know, main story material and stuff in at least the Finan trailers that I've been seeing. And I'm just like, you know what? I completely skipped the animated trailer, because I'm like with Casterus, they included that in the main story. And if they're going to do that regularly now, it's like, oh God, I really, really want to make sure that, like, I'm not, like, you know, spoiling myself if it's, like, really good moments that they're being animated. We'll see. Until then, let's first, let's get the volume back up. Overall, I just can't wait to do this main story quest and see where it's gonna go. This whole Iron Tomb thing. Like, confirming it's Iron Tomb is like, oh God, okay. So, like, this is gonna be big. Which is the quest for the, oh yeah. Up here, right? Yeah, for the sun is set to die. Let me tell a tale of a swarm of nymphs that chased the scorching dawn, the paean of Era Nova. For they rose from the gate and reached the throne, for they walked through the petals in the land of repose, yet fell finally at dawn's rise. The Flame Reaver suddenly froze as something unforeseen had transpired. As I pondered what might have happened, I spotted Kaelus's figure once more. Wait, what? View story recap? What's the recap like?
Following the return of the core flames of reason and death, Aquila is the only titan that we still need to campaign against.
Finan asks us to recreate the past.
Okay, okay.
And he repeatedly challenges the flame using the council with the help of the at the same time. The
Is there any way
flame
to, like,
chasers
skip
fight
this?
following Scythe at this moment
Okay.
of
So they have actual voiceover for that. I'm never gonna get used to the new Kalis, by the way. Like, he's just not gonna be as good as the old one. But hey, you know, if you don't work, that's what happens, right? Story recap has ended? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Talk to the guard and meet up with Dan Heng. Well, Dan Heng's kind of fighting for his life right now. Oh, yeah, we also have the Fate event in the future to look forward to. The Flame Reaver suddenly frowned at... Okay, nothing special here. Alright, so this is the guy that's going to take us to our ship or whatever
Please
to get out?
stay close to us. We need to rendezvous with Lord Dan Heng.
Oh, he might be dead.
We will do everything in our power to clear the path for you.
Oh!
There he is! Lord Dan Heng!
Quick, we must assist him!
What are you doing here? Where's Finan?
Oh! He's voiced! Dan Heng is back! Finally! Oh my god, it's a long story. Let's deal with that guy first. We need to go, Dan Heng.
We are under Lord Finan's orders to escort both of you to safety, no matter the cost. Leave this to me and the Holy City Guards. Zeph, take them and go.
Wait, Namazani. That black-clad swordmaster. Something seems off.
Huh.
At some point earlier, they suddenly froze in place, not moving at all. Like some kind of omen.
Now's a chance to take him down!
No! Don't get too close. That thing's black flames are burning hot. I don't know what's happening, but leaving is the best option.
I wonder if they did his past quest too.
I don't know which demigod graced us with this miracle. Please, come with us.
No! Don't get too close. That thing's black flames are burning hot.
What flames?
I don't know what's happening, but leaving is the best option. Finan, is he going to be all right?
Believe in his resolve to save Akama.
I suppose, but... Yeah, so Flame Reaver really did just suddenly freeze.
Don't get too close.
Okay, yeah.
That thing's black flames.
Alright. Can't even try to approach him. Oh. Alright, with everything ending right now, I do wonder... Because it seems weird if we're just gonna run away. At the same time... I understand that's like, what else are we gonna be able to do? This is something that only the Chrysosayers can finish.
The Flame Reaver isn't pursuing us. Could this really be some kind of divine intervention?
We can't stay here for long. Lady Trinan's sentry gate is just outside the city. Let's keep moving.
Oh! I need to stop skipping! I still feel like someone should stay behind.
I agree. But Finan, he must have struggled a lot before making this decision. For now, let's get back in contact with the Express and plan our next move. That's the safest course of action. We need more information.
On that note, I have a proposal.
Oh, Skrull!
Who's there?
I hope to convey a message to the two nameless.
Mr. Skrullum?
Who are you? Stand down. I order you to maintain a distance of 10 paces.
It's okay, guard. This one is not our enemy.
It has been a while, nameless of the Astral Express. I'm glad I arrived in time to stop that black-clad one from harming you further.
So it was you.
It's good to see some familiar... Oh, wait, so he, like... Oh, did he, like, hack the simulation or something? And he, like, froze? Like, what the... Huh? Never thought the Express crew could bring in a genius for backup? Things are getting more confusing by the minute. It's good to see... Let's see. A second.
Indeed. Madame Herta invited me to meet with you, Nameless. Rest assured.
You two know this anti-Cathiran? Does he come from the same people as Counselor Lygus?
Don't worry, guard. This gentleman is an ally of the Trailblaze. would you mind giving us a moment to speak in private?
Of course. We'll wait nearby. Please, stay safe.
I don't know if we have enough time.
I fully understand your situation. For now, the only thing I can do is temporarily freeze that black-clad one in place. Time is limited, so I'll keep this brief. The place where you stand, Amphorius, is a world constructed from data and memoria, an experimental field of a certain eon.
Oh, so just going out and saying it from the get-go. Okay, good.
And now, this isolated sandbox world is rapidly falling into a third path. Destruction.
Destruction.
Conclusion. If Amphorius continues unchecked on this course, a Lord Ravager will complete its evolution and metamorphosis, and emerge from the surging tides. The cosmos as we know it will suffer irreversible consequences.
The Lord Ravager, like Phantilia?
The disaster that this Lord Ravager intends to trigger may be far more severe than the Lawfus Stellaron crisis, because its goal is the Eon of Erudition.
Yep, just like the trailer said, okay.
Putting aside the complex details of the inferences involved, I have a request to make. For one of you nameless to stay behind on Amphorius, acting as an informant, in order to prevent the wrath of destruction from ravaging the cosmos.
Obviously, that's gonna be us.
This world is enveloped in a firewall that defies explanation, and the flow of time here is also different from reality.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Madame Herta and I can only tear open a gap and project images inside. However, the accidental crash landing of the express car notwithstanding, both of you were able to successfully land here. There must be some principle behind this we have yet to fully grasp. It will take time to uncover the reason. Before then, if one of the Nameless is willing to stay and witness the fate of this world, or to push it along when necessary, it would be of great assistance.
Two people can stay. What say you? I should shoulder. What say you, Don Hung?
Mr. Screwlum, I believe you. So I only have one thing I'd like to confirm with you. As Amphorius is already facing its end, how can we guarantee the safety of the person who stays behind?
Look at this, if you would. This curio is called a chronocognitive anchor.
Okay.
The two of you may view it as a kind of space anchor in the world of erudition. As long as you carry it with you, your individual data structure will be protected and will remain unaffected by the influence of digital tsunamis. When required, it can also serve as a bridge for communications between the internal and external world.
Interesting.
Of course, it is not curio with unlimited uses. May only be held by one person. The connection being interfered with. Decide quickly as possible. 2 final messages. 1, an Intellatron named Ligus, possibly the primary culprit behind everything. 2, Herta discovered a clue. Miss March has already been drawn into Amphorius.
Oh. Oh!
Oh, cold. It's freezing.
Oh.
Hold on. Am I dreaming? This is way too strange. Everything's spinning. And I can see Webaboos flying around.
Oh, God.
But I was literally just talking to Himeko. How did I... When did I... That's it. He warned me about this place right before Klepoth glimpsed him. Oh no. Have I accidentally walked onto some weird path? Have I done something crazy without remembering? Unless forcing Pom-Pom into new outfits And borrowing Mr. Yang's shoulder massager counts.
I'm pretty sure that's not it, March.
Hold up. No way! Stepping onto the path of elation can't be this simple. Right?
I mean, you never know when it's the god of elation.
Child of remembrance.
What?
Step forth into the depths of the path space.
Who's there? Hey, cut it out. If you're there, just come out and talk, okay? You're freaking me out. I can't even think straight. Hold on.
Cast
Hold on. Is that a gate?
Cast aside your fears. Step forward through the gate of memory.
Oh yeah, finally!
The voice. Is it showing me the way out?
The chronocognitive anchor. From the world of erudition. Does that mean, do they mean like in a metaphorical sense? Like, oh, this, you know, this is like in Noose's domain of like, you know, like the paths and stuff? Or is this talking about like actually a planet of erudition? She's gonna get a gun or something. No, March has a gun! Interesting. Oh, you know what seeing Screwlum reminded me though? There's also, damn. Pause and save. This reminded me that there was also something that I think it was last stream that we did this. Someone was reminding me to check this out. I'm like, oh yeah, wait, I haven't actually done that yet. So let's do that real quick. If it's, yeah, it's supposed to be here, right? No, this is too high. And now for something completely different. But again, we've watched the trailer already, so I don't know if this is gonna like lead into the trailer or if this is gonna be something completely, oh, memory. Oh, this is on the anchor. Ooh, okay. So 3 different things. Okay, let's start with this one. Bubbles drift through the air. When you get close, you can dimly make out disconnected words, including Emperor Scepter. In my long existence, I have certainly come across worlds that use space-time as barriers. Are any of you familiar with the Emperor Scepter? Of course. A colossal system among Emperor Rupert II's collection of scepters, operated by anti-life equations and created to simulate destruction scenarios for innumerable civilizations. Even amid the scholars' strife, when other scepters were depleted of computing power, none dared employ such ungovernable erudition weapons. They were either sealed forever or cast into distant stellar abysses. Screwy, where'd you come across such a sinister artifact? While exploring the origins of inorganic life across distant border stars, I found one that had escaped detection. Even though its operator had perished in self-coronation, that scepter continued to function. Ooh, the Lord Ravagers were talking about coronation. I wonder if that's related. Terrifying computational tides surged within it, yet not a single ripple escaped to the outside world. To protect its extrapolations from external disruption, the Emperor's Scepter secluded itself in a concave space and deliberately warped its internal time flow. The world inside the scepter gradually descended into madness after centuries of extrapolation. When I attempted to peer inside, I nearly had my logical components disrupted by those insane data entities. Conclusion: should that Emperor's Scepter's extrapolations run amok, it might instigate another calamity driven by inorganic life. Consequently, I devoted 2 amber eras to disable it from without. Deduction: Amphorius' actual identity might be a lost Emperor's Scepter or similar erudition construct, while Lygus may be its operator, or perhaps another Rupert hidden from the world. Ooh, I didn't even consider that! Could Lygus be Rupert III? It's hard to imagine the madness within a scepter that had been extrapolating for over 100 amber eras. Oh. Yeah, Amphorius has been doing it for a while, and they said time flows differently, which makes sense, because it's been like 6 months inside Amphorius. But there's no way it's been 6 months outside with all the events that are happening. Like, it feels like it's been maybe a few days or weeks at most. Oh boy. The anchor. Bubbles drift through the air. When you get close, you can dimly make out disconnected worlds, including chronocognitive anchor. All right, let's see. What do they got to talk about this time? To explore information inside the scepter, I once spent half an amber era creating a chronocognitive anchor. This is the gift I bring to you all. After implanting it into the Emperor's scepter, then, I secured a set of anchor temporal coordinates without compromising its shell. So I guess when they say it's made in the world of erudition or whatever, that's like, you know, it's by geniuses or someone related to erudition, like Skrullum. I guess that would make sense. Even when a world's temporal flow is disordered, basic causality remains inviolable. In the smallest computational increments, time's flow still follows discernible patterns. Logic. If the firewall Lygus created for Amphorius is similar to the Emperor's Scepter's self-defense mechanism, then the chronocognitive anchor should be effective against it as well. Oh, Screwy, the last time I was impressed was when we built the simulated universe together. You flatter me, Madam Herta. It's just a minor invention. Not satisfying to use, but serves its purpose. Well, I still have some questions. Mr. Skrullum's gift will surely help us reach Kalis and Dan Heng. Premises. We have the temporal coordinates of those two brave nameless, and the chronocognitive anchor actually works on Amphorius. The first is easy. I've seen the residual memoria in the firewall, which work perfectly as reference points. As for the latter, yeah, we saw that ourselves. So that area that Herta went wasn't the actual Genesis area, but like a firewall that I guess was modeled on it. But we saw Flame Reaver, two statues, and then our two, Dan Heng and Kalis. So Flame Reaver has to be Finan, because they've been hinting at like Finan and the Flame Reaver being like each other for a while at this point. The two statues, I guess, would have to be Aglaya and Tribi, because, you know, both of them were like nearing death, right? Like Tribi lost most of her cells, so she was like one fragment left, or two fragments, I think, at that point. And Aglaya was like, you know, she was about to die anyway. That's the only thing I could think of. Or was it Hyacinth? I don't think it was Hyacinth that was there. Anyway, so let's see, moving on here. Da-da-da! Well, there's only one way to find out. And they have to go themselves, and that's what we see in the scene. Now, what about the Lord Ravager? Bubbles drift through the air. All right. Not long ago, Fuli's gaze swept across Amphorius, combined with the intel Madam Herta gathered on his journey. Amphorius might soon trigger the rage of a Lord Ravager. Lord Ravager Phantilia. We confronted her on the Xianzhou and later gained some relevant information from her. I wonder if the destruction secretly brewing behind Amphorius comes from renowned overlords like Zephyros, Selenova, and Iron Tomb, or from one still unknown to the world like Phantilia. Whichever one it is, when it erupts, countless lives will surely be lost. Huh. When you look at it that way, Amphorius might be a safety box. After all, 3 forces at the emanator level or even higher. If they were to come to blows, it would be far more explosive than Chadwick's bombs. I can't believe we're referencing that. If that's true, wouldn't Kalis and Dan Heng be in extreme danger in Amphorius? In any case, we must reach them somehow. Alright, so that covers basically all the stuff that they were like teasing for this patch, I guess. So let's go back. It's basically just clarifying all the stuff that we saw in the trailer.
No,
oh.
Don't fall for it.
And are learning at the beginning here.
They're lying to you. Turn back now. Another voice? Who now?
Oh.
Wait, Master Diviner? From the Luofu?
Oh, we're back to here. We're going back to the companion quest, everybody! Finally! We're getting the payoff that should have happened back then!
Master Diviner, what brings you here? And you, Miss Messenger. Do I know you from somewhere?
We had a quest.
Good to see you again, March.
Oh.
A pleasure to see you, Miss March.
That's it! Master Diviner used the Matrix of Prescience to help me search for my memories. And you, Miss Messenger, we met in that memory space. You said to me, the value of your life does not lie in what happened in the past, but in the present and the future.
Mm-hmm.
memory serves you well.
March, I conducted some experiments with the 6-phase ice you left us. Thanks to the Garden of Recollection, the Matrix of Prescience has made a breakthrough in extrapolating the past. Now, we might be able to bypass the obstacles and look directly into your history.
The Master Diviner is right. Continue down this path, and you'll be able to find your lost memories at the end. Since we last met, you've grown much alongside the Trailblaze. You should be strong enough now to bear the weight of your past.
Well, there goes my Ice Princess fairy tale. I need to know, Master Diviner, Miss Messenger, this isn't just another dream, is it?
I don't know anymore.
If this is real, why reach out to me at this exact moment?
Oh my gosh, March is using her brain.
The situation is dire. Your lost memories, they're crucial to the Garden of Recollection.
She's right. The Garden of Recollection's existence hangs on your memories.
The Garden of Recollection.
You may not want to sacrifice anything to preserve the garden for now, but in time, you'll understand. Your destiny and the path of remembrance are extremely, closely intertwined.
Yeah, I figured that much.
Now go.
So, I just walk through that gate? This way, March. Your past awaits beyond the gate of memory. Stop! They're just mimicking people from your memories! That voice again.
There's something suspicious happening here.
Don't let those bad people deceive you! The gate. Now it's... you two?
Wait, why? Can we have the dial? It's not me, chat. They're skipping on their own. I did nothing. Okay.
Hey guys. What are you doing in a place like this?
March! There you are.
Finally.
The trailblazing journey just isn't the same without you.
I'm never gonna get used to this Kalis VA.
Traveling's no fun without you around.
Well, duh. What's Team Trailblaze without its star member?
Oh god.
Wait a sec. You might look like you two, but...
Why does she want to remember now? Yeah, there's a weird thing where it's like, oh, there's something off here, but I don't know what it is. If it's like they're trying to catch her in a simulation to keep her from actually remembering properly or something. Like, something's going wrong here. It has to do with the ice, I have to imagine.
We understand your confusion. The Garden's allies helped us establish this Neuralink to reach you.
The Garden's allies? You mean Miss Black Swan?
Because Black Swan mentioned that there was like extremists in the Garden of Recollection that might be responsible for the ice that is freezing March. So is this them trying to manipulate her? Or is this like Lygus or something? I just don't know who's like actually like a party at play anymore.
Yes. She helped make this possible.
Been stuck in the simulation for too long!
Keep going, March.
God, I'm never... Sorry,
Find
VA,
your
you're not
past.
Kalis.
Wake up and travel with us again.
That sounds really tempting. Finding my past and continuing to trailblaze new worlds with you?
Trust in yourself, March. It's gotten us this far, hasn't it? Follow us. Let's go through that gate together. Step into your past, March. Find your true self.
And yet part of her is trying to stop her from this.
Wait up! Slow down!
That sounds like Mem.
Those words sound so sweet. But keep your eyes open. Don't let them fool you.
March has to be like a fragment of Cyrene or something, like Mem or whatever. That's that. There we go.
At last, I finally caught up.
Yeah, this is the only thing that's making sense to me now.
Hey. Are you alright? I'll be okay. Just not used to running around. Say, March, got a moment to talk before you make your decision? Wait, that was you? Pushing the gate away? Sending those warnings?
Yep, named Cyrene. It means ripples of past reverie. Easy to remember, right?
Wait a minute. We actually look quite alike, don't we?
Uh-huh. Wow! You're bringing that up, huh?
Yeah. Your pink hair is just as eye-catching as mine.
I'd say more so. Yours is a little bit paler.
And we're both bright, pretty, and positive girls. Talk about coincidence.
Uh-huh.
Wow, you're quite the smooth talker. But I can't disagree.
March, pick up the hints.
Wait, you know my name is March? Have we met?
She's in your head, I'm pretty sure.
No, but I've witnessed your story through those memories just now.
Yeah, you're
It's
Mem. You're
incredible,
totally Mem.
really. We might have more in common than you think. I know exactly what you're going through, which is why I don't want to see you exploited or hurt.
You know what I'm going through?
The whole memory erasure thing?
I know, because I've been exactly where you are.
Uh-huh.
This empty space has been my home for ages. I barely remember what time feels like anymore. But there's something I'll never forget. Trust me, that gate won't give you what you want.
You mean those people? They're lying? Luring me into a trap?
Yes, convincing, weren't they?
Not really.
They've studied your memories, using your deepest wishes against you. How dare they manipulate a young girl's feelings like that?
Yeah, she's 100% March. She's March's, like, original form or something like that. Like, March is some, like,
If
piece
you go
of her.
through that door, the worst case scenario is you'll become their pawn, losing control over your own fate forever.
You've seen what's on the other side?
I may be stuck here with missing memories like you, but I still recall fragments of my homeland where I grew up.
So you don't remember everything either.
That door leads to Amphorius. Trust me, it's anything but welcoming.
Yet you go there and meet Finan.
For ages, I've watched people walk through that door. They couldn't see or hear my calls. The voices beyond always promised safety, but I've never seen anyone return safely.
Why is she so short? Because she's a child. She's an actual child. This is Cyrene who gets killed by the Flame Reaver in Finan's flashback at Ides Elysiae, right? Flame Reaver kills her as a kid before either of them grow up, right? And that's why he has such a revenge boner against the Flame Reaver for so long, right? So this is Cyrene as she's never grown up. She's always been a child.
So I had to try and stop you.
Now, what's that mean if Amphorius is a simulation and things have been going in some sort of kind of like simulated time loop shenanigans, right? I don't know. Because does that mean there have been scenarios where the Flame Reaver hasn't killed Cyrene and she's grown up to become one of the Flame Chasers or something? Because she had golden blood in the flashbacks. She could totally be a Chrysoceres. I don't know. I don't know what's going on because, like, they seem to be implying that Finan might actually exist, like, outside the loops, right? Because they reference Chaos in one of the older ones, and he was also going to be the Kefli or whatever. I thought, okay, so that has to be someone before Finan. But now I'm thinking with the Flame Reaver, and if the Flame Reaver is Finan, then it has to be Finan from a previous loop, right? But then there's a lot of questions, like, why did Flame Reaver know about Mighty's weakness when Finan's the only one who knows about that? And Mighty couldn't be the, he could have the same weak point as Nias from the previous loop, unless Nias also happened to go through, like, the whole river Styx and get immortality for everywhere except in that specific vertebra, whatever it was, like 10th thoracic vertebrae or whatever it was. Like, there's a lot of questions I have about what's going on with the whole time and space shenanigans in this world, which is made up of, as they say, data and memoria. So it's all literally just memories and computer simulations. So there's something there's something more going on here, but I don't know what it is. But it's very obvious that clearly, if there's been loops and stuff happening, it's quite possible that both Finan and Cyrene have both existed outside of it. Again, if Finan's Iron Tomb and he's the Lord Ravager, then that might make sense and why he's the only one that's consistent. Like, he may be Chaos. And maybe that's why we don't see Chaos then. But we see Nias and, Cersei's and all that. So, like... Yeah, there's... I guess we should just continue, because maybe they'll answer the question soon, but I'm thinking about all this, I'm trying to put the pieces together, I'm like, I feel like I'm still missing something. There's something that's missing here to make any sense of this. I guess it depends on, like, what's Cyrene's role, like, how deeply involved is she? And if she's connected to March, like, it seems like they're hinting at here. Like, what is the exact connection? Why was March floating around in six-phased ice separately? Was that Fuli trying to protect March after she got ejected? Is Cyrene, like, a memo keeper? Is she one of these extremists and she's been, like, behind the simulate? Like, there's just so many questions.
To be honest, I'm not sure what to believe. But the fact that you're here, putting in all this effort to warn me, that means something.
I guess.
Tell me, Cyrene, how can I return to my world?
It's really easy, actually. Just turn around and walk away from this place.
Wow! Who would have thought? It's just like her companion quest. Just go backwards, forehead.
The girl cannot be trusted.
Oh.
Through the door, save the garden.
Oh, they're taking the forms of, like, the Belobog and her to space station people now.
Both of you. Children of remembrance.
Oh, okay.
They never give up, do they?
So they are remembrance,
but don't
for
let
sure.
them sway you. Stick to your path.
I'm gonna bet that March and Cyrene are emanators of remembrance, and Cyrene used her emanator powers to separate March as, like, a separate fragment of her.
The return journey
I'm gonna go with that.
Ages, longer than most lives. But that path will lead you home.
But why would these Garden of Recollection folk want her to go to Amphorius? Like, what's the goal of having her end up on a planet that's about to be destroyed? And possibly reset?
Thank you, Cyrene. I know what I need to do. I'm going through that gate. Into Amphorius.
What?
Wait. What? Don't worry. I believe you. It's just that, for me, the only place I can call home is right beside my friends.
Oh my god.
2 of my closest friends are already on their way to Amphorius. They may seem capable, but only I know. They're absolute disasters waiting to happen. They won't last 5 minutes in a new world without me.
It's already been like 6 months, March. You're kind of late to the party. You're very off base.
That's why I need to go through. Amphorius or not. When the 3 of us are together, there's nothing we can't handle.
March, I think you've got this completely misconstrued.
Explore, understand, establish, and connect. After that, we'll find our way home together.
She's like, oh god.
I see. You've got people who mean the world to you, too. That is so heartwarming. March, if that's what you've decided, you have my full support.
Cotton candy head strikes again!
Birds of a feather we are. Looking all sweet and innocent, but with hearts of fire.
Cyrene, no! You've been hit by the stupid bug, too!
Oh, stop. You're making me blush.
Yeah, they're definitely the same person.
Well then, I guess this is it.
Well...
Do you think we'll see each other again?
Maybe next patch.
Who knows? But don't worry about me. After all this time here, I've grown quite used to chatting with my imaginary friends. Since Amphorius is your homeland, if there's a way to help you, my companions and I will do everything we can. Then I'll look forward to that day. Your story awaits, March. Make it an epic one.
Oh god. If March somehow saves the day, I'm gonna... Oh. Going back to our side? Kalis at Vortex of Genesis. Wait. What?
You okay there, friend? Something seems to be bothering you.
The Vortex of Genesis. We made it back.
Hashtag not my Kalis.
Even this place has changed. Finan. Is he ready for Era Nova?
Hope Dan Heng will be okay heading back on his own. Maybe Dan Heng should be here. No matter what, we need to see it through to the end. Let's see.
If anything, he's the one worried about you. But I'm here to watch over you now. If what that machine gentleman said is true, if Amphorius is destined for destruction, then I'll stay by your side until the very end. Like how you and Dan Heng treasured the Express. Amphorius means everything to me.
Time to see the Era Nova begin.
Right. Time to see the last core flame restored.
Mr. Skullum arrives, marks a definite turning point, giving us fresh insight into Amphorius' condition. Following his request, Kalis will stay behind in Amphorius to adapt to changing circumstances, while I'll return to the Express as planned to regroup with the other crew members and formulate our next course of action. That's Dan Heng's. That's from Dan Heng's perspective. Interesting.
Look, there's Finan. And wait.
Lycus? Remember Screwlum's warning.
Where's Cyrene?
And you, Lord Finan, will wield that core flame to bury this ancient world, plunging everything into the gray unknown.
None of that matters now. This brutal, flame-chased journey has stripped away my delusions.
Okay.
I know the future is in some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds, just waiting to welcome us to step in. If what lies ahead is a mass of chaos, I shall cut through it myself and usher in the first ray of blazing sunlight.
The reason why they hid Finan's name at the end of last story was because that was the Flame Reaver in a previous cycle. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because they're going through the same thing, but there's no Cyrene here. Yeah, it's us instead.
With one last chance to turn back, you still step forward. How befitting of a trailblazer.
Being a snake tongue. Spare me your mockery.
You misunderstand. As our world nears its end, the ones who walk the infinite paths have embraced their destiny. As the Theoros, it is my duty to witness the world's future and oversee this final core flame ritual on their behalf. The trial of world-bearing. The ritual of Era Nova.
Screwlum says you're behind all this.
Ah, I see. So you met my kindred spirit before I could erase his traces.
Partner, what are you saying?
This one knows more than he's telling.
I've had my suspicions. How does a native Antikytheran know so much about repairing vehicles from beyond the sky?
Yeah, that would have been a good tip-off.
Lord Lycus, how much do you truly know about Era Nova? Tell us everything.
Very well. I need no longer maintain this Theoros masquerade.
Oh.
You seek truth, Lord Finan, and truth you shall have. As you know, when the old gods fell, someone had to bear their broken pillars to fill the vacant seats. Those who would assume divine authority must prove themselves through trials. Yet, for Kefali's demigods, the possibility of overcoming the trials has forever been non-existent. For the world-bearing trial is the divine duty itself. Bringing forth the Era Nova and bearing its weight is an endless ordeal, ceasing only upon collapse. Precisely. The Era Nova ritual is not something that can be completed in an instant, no, but a long and arduous journey. While the sacrificial journeys of other demigods conclude in this world, Kefali must shoulder the gods' core flames, bear the memories of all worlds, and stand unwavering until the next world, when the black tide consumes the bearer and all that they carry, leaving nothing behind.
Unless their core flame finds a new bearer.
The holy flame that illuminates all worlds rests in your hands. All that remains is one choice. Nurture it, pass it on to future generations, or extinguish it here and now. Deliverer, the fate of all worlds rests in your hands.
So basically, Finan will inherit all the memories of every single past reset, and keep the cycle going into a new reset until, I guess, another version of him will carry it on again? How does that work, I have to wonder?
Enough testing. I've made my decision. But before I ignite the dawn of the next world, you need to promise me something. 2 things, actually.
Speak your terms.
Promise me this. Professor Anax's vision of the new world is absolute. The world will be reborn from my memories. All souls, living and dead, will return as the first humans, unchanged from their past lives. And my friends, the fallen demigods, they shall transcend the cycle to become new titans. Our heroes shall not have died in vain.
Of course. This I can guarantee.
Good. The second one. Promise me that the Trailblazer can return safely to his homeland, unbound by Amphorius' laws.
So it keeps going until the ritual finishes or the world is absolutely destroyed? Yeah, basically, the idea seems to be the point is that the world-bearing titan, it never finishes, because there's always a world that you must bear. So the trial is basically a never-ending one. It's basically Sisyphus. You keep rolling the boulder up the hill, and then it goes back down, and then you do it all over again. And this is an endless back and forth. You go in an endless cycle, right? I think, as the famous poet once said, one must imagine Sisyphus be happy. So it's kind of this idea where Kefali's constantly looking for hope, that there will be a way to get out of this endless cycle, and so keeps the cycle going, but there is no hope. And so that, ironically, it's just that hope of the actual act in and of itself that lets things be prolonged, so it just becomes this never-ending tragedy, right? And then the idea seems to be here is that you could also alternatively choose, just destroy it all, give up on everything, don't keep the cycles going. You've been doing this for, what did Scrollum say, 100 Amber Eras or whatever? That means, considering how fast time in Amphorius goes compared to the outside world, that could be thousands, hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of years that have gone past over and over, maybe billions and trillions of years, who knows, depending on how long this has actually gone on. So like you basically had this simulation just keep on going and going and going and going and going, and Kefali will always have all the memories of every additional cycle when a new Kefali takes over. And assuming that Phaidon is that same Kefali every time, maybe it's just like a piece of him that becomes the new human and he just maybe gets a new name or something, I don't know, but like it sounds like this has just been an endless hell for whoever becomes the world-bearing Titan.
My apologies, but I cannot promise this.
Okay, that makes sense.
As you mentioned, he now bears the Time Titan's authority.
So we might become a Titan of the next world.
His bonds with this world run too deep.
No need to worry, I have a plan. Trust me, initiate the Era Nova. Don't worry, I have a Chronos thing.
Well...
Hey, I am good to see you.
I stand corrected. An outsider like him does have ways to defy destiny.
Thank you, my friend, for everything you've done for this world. Though the next world may not remember, I shall never forget.
As the Theoros, I declare, Amphorius has determined her path. Step forward, heroes. Follow her path and see it through.
Oh no, it's the same thing here.
As our world draws its final breath, I stand before you as the Theoros.
You said it yourself, you're not actually. Before we begin, there's something I need to know. Who are you, really?
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lycurgus, once an honored elder of the Akama Council. As the Theoros, I have sworn to watch over and protect every citizen of Akama until the very end.
Yeah, this is main story.
Of course, that alone won't satisfy your curiosity. So let me share something more. Something that means little to Amphorius, but everything to a traveler like yourself. I, Lycurgus, am one of the Erudition's many Pathstriders. Through me, Nous keeps watch over this realm, working to save Amphorius from decay.
Oh, so Nous is actively involved.
I don't expect you to trust me based on words alone, but believe this much. When you look at the bigger picture, we're walking the same path, you and I.
Why? What aren't you telling me?
Ah, while the Holy City may honor me, I am but a humble speck before the cosmos. My reach is limited. Your doubts are natural. Let me assure you of this. What's done, I've told truthfully. What's to come, I'll witness fairly. My conscience is clear. To my role as the Theoros, to Amphorius, and her destiny.
What's your connection to Skrullum? Are you a genius?
I believe all synthetic life shares a common source. We're all children of the universe's eternal mathematical law. So, you see, the answer is simple. That brilliant mind is my kindred, a brother, if you will.
Alright, time to complete the ritual.
The world will be moved by your sacrifice, Trailblazer.
What sacrifice? I'm staying here. Nothing else has changed.
Without you, we could never have reached our prophesied tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sure you would have found a way. You did it before.
Thank you for walking this path with me
To the end.
All right, let's do it.
Behold, O gods, Amphorius has achieved her victory, and the Era Nova approaches. The radiant soul has arrived, having walked through the bustling nights, bearing the golden fire and blood, stepping with pride into daylight.
He is the pure child, walking upon the path of yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
He is the first to be born, first to be named among the nameless.
He doesn't know you have the trinket. I guess we showed him the trinket, so he knows about it. He said he pointed it out.
Eternal in form, limitless in reach. He treads the endless night underfoot.
Yeah, he talked about how I guess we can't fight
Greatest of kings, protector of the displaced, raising humanity's children above their adversaries.
The firmament of molten gold courses through his very bones and flesh.
The greatest of schemes reveal against his breath and words. In the golden lakes of that beautiful new world, he shall wash himself clean.
There. Finish what we first and last wished for. To write an ending unlike any before. For this world we so deeply love.
How much you actually know, Cyrene? You forget? Is it like your memories are locked away?
Come, partner. Join me.
I just don't know. All right, let's see. Let's do it.
The time has come for us all to face oblivion.
Well, not you. You're gonna remember all this.
Or embark on one final grand journey.
Oh, this has been one long final grand journey for you if you remember all this. All right, here we go. Last core flame. We helped gather 6 of the 12 that they have. To think we're about to lose it all and restart it all again. Oh, something's gonna go wrong. Flame Reaver's still out there.
What a magnificent and epic adventure.
What?
The hero's journey reaches its end, and the truth behind the Era Nova is about to be revealed. Is that truly the case? Here, at the Theoros, allow me to humbly request that you find a moment to listen to what I have witnessed.
What?
This is about the nature of Amphorius itself. A story of the prime mover of life. My, what a broad topic this is. Where shall we start?
Huh?
Ah, got it. Let's start at the very beginning. The Big Bang.
Oh my god, no!
The birth of particles.
Strap in, chat. It's gonna be a 10 hours to stream.
Of all things. Just kidding. What I mean to say is that time, space, matter, all concepts exist solely because we perceive them. This is called the erudition. Without it, the universe would merely be a chaotic book written by chance, yet unread by anyone. As your acquaintance, Lord Anaxagoras, suggested, everything in Amphorius exists through new spores, living in the memories of those yet to come. Oh, how beautifully it aligns, revealing universal truths in such simple terms. Only he could solve the riddle of what exactly are we? Oh, but you'll remember, even as the embodiment of reason, one mystery remained beyond his grasp.
If that is the case, Whose memories did the very first new spore sprout from?
Ah, as sages across ages have asked the gods.
Polka?
What is the prime mover of life?
Why is Polka in the background?
But let's set aside the gross teachings for now. Look further, past Amphorius, to what they call the Forbidden Realms, beyond the sky.
Is it gonna be Noose?
Do you know of the Scholar's Strife?
Yes, I played it.
During that grand yet brutal war, waged in the name of erudition, Hub-Genius's legacy was abandoned.
Yes.
Strewn across the cosmos.
Yeah, the Emperor's War.
The Scepters, a macrocosmic computational array beyond mortal comprehension. Made to emulate the Eon's thoughts, it became part of the Eon's cognition at birth. Scattered throughout the cosmos, these arrays act as celestial body neurons for Noose. But regrettably, as everyone knows, the erudition forsook them all. But what nobody knows is that, though forgotten, they never stopped seeking the divine answer. A question that survived war and disaster, stumping even the greatest minds, including both mechanical emperors. Now, we come to the real truth of Amphorius. What if, hypothetically, a scepter found the answer to the prime mover of life?
To God, basically.
If through endless solitary extrapolations in the cosmic code, the one deemed as a failure by the Eon of erudition found proof through the ages, what would happen? Perhaps the answer is simpler than you'd think.
So it just wants to get attention from the god of knowledge.
From a perishing neuron devolved into true life, reborn through the gaze of another Eon.
Iron Tomb is the scepter.
This is a tale from the distant past, unknown to all, even unheard by the greatest geniuses.
Okay.
Now, let's leave the Scepter's story here, returning to where we began. What is the prime mover of life? Actually, you know the answer better than you realize. It's been by your side, accompanying you throughout this long journey.
Memory?
Right now, it awaits you ahead.
Dad noticed me, yeah.
In that brave new world, beyond the end of Genesis.
Destruction? Is that the prime mover of life? Act 1, Departure.
Take this wish with you. Be the one who begins it all. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Continue onward, bearing this world upon your shoulders until the Ashen Hero, the nameless deliverer, ushers in the dawn.
Such an odd dream. Strange. Like I've dreamed this before, but it all slips away when I wake. Only a voice remains. Who was that?
Rise and shine.
What? It's you. Whoops, I fell asleep there. What a strange dream I had. It's gone now, though. But look, perfect sunshine. The day is still young. Let's go find Cyrene, partner. We promised to be there for her oracle card reading today. It's right about time. Looking at you, someone's still half asleep. Tell you what, catch some fresh air first. I'll hang around here.
Terra Nova, is it done?
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? This is Ide Celestii, home of the nameless hero who carried Kephales's core flame. When he was young and innocent, he had heroic dreams, imagining his wooden sword was forged of iron. Pretending the straw dummy propped up by a wooden pole was a giant with a single blood vessel running from spine to heel. Dreaming of slaying the giant and becoming a hero to save the world. Though to his young mind, the world was just this small village.
Are we seeing Fine's childhood? How did this connect to Terra Nova? I have no idea. He used to be so chuny!
Witty as always. But this is more than just a funny story. It's the start of his path.
I like how Lycus doesn't even judge. He's just like, ah, yeah, you're you.
These are his first memories. Rather than watching, why not join in? Think of it as immersive theater.
Oh.
Become his lifelong closest friend, witnessing his hero's journey from the best seat in the house. As the nameless hero whose unwavering guidance shaped Finan's destiny, yet whose name was never recorded in Amphorius's history.
Who could possibly be there his entire life? What exactly do I need to do? Oh, you direct plays now?
Questions, questions. Let's follow along and find out, shall we? Many mysteries lurk in this village beneath the veil of Evernight. Your questions will find answers as the story unfolds.
Light slips the gate, the shadow greets the throne. Hey, buddy. Wow. Just wow. Oh, I can't use my camera here. Unfortunate. I'd love to just kind of like look over at the distance. God, this game is so pretty. Just like, wow. Just wow. Alright, let's go back to... Upon returning to Carlia, and then journey, they were pulled into an immersive theater by Lycus. What is he trying to show us specifically, though? Like, what is he trying to accomplish through this?
All awake now? Great. Let's go see Cyrene.
Of course.
Finan! Show me how to use a sword like you do!
Wait till you grow a bit more.
Hey, Finan! Where are you headed? No Cyrene today?
That's exactly where I'm going.
Oh, there she is. Oh. They're doing the OP for this 3.0 patch. They're doing the big anime opening song they did. That's funny.
Found you.
Or are you gonna say it looks like March 7th? Or are you gonna say
Goodness,
Mema?
look at you rushing about. You've got the poor swing all startled. Hmm?
Is that... It's you!
I knew it was you.
Something wrong? What do you see?
Oh, nothing much. Just suddenly felt a strange connection.
Oh, shit!
Look at you,
That's a
leaves
cool
in
one.
your hair. Were you sleeping in a tree again? Or was it the wheat fields this time? At least brush yourself off before wandering around.
Mem, you explain what's happening right
Come
now.
on, I'm not a kid anymore. You're the only one who still treats me like one.
And you're still a child.
Sure, sure. You may have the height advantage, but when it comes to maturity, I'm leagues ahead of you. Still fantasizing about being in heroic adventures and imagining yourself as one of the characters? That's the kind of thing kids do, not grown-ups. Don't you agree? And since you're playing along with his antics, who are you pretending to be today?
Oh. Hi there, I'm Candace. Greetings, I'm the Celeron Hunter. I'm the Invincible Galactic Baseball. I'm the Celeron Hunter.
Today, he's going with Stellaron Hunter.
Steal a heart hunter? Planning to steal someone's heart, are we?
Kind of.
Switching
Stellaron's count
roles
as my
again?
heart.
What happened to being the valiant hero from a distant shore who
Oh,
made
God.
that solemn pact to learn the sword?
Spare me. Can we not bring this up? Speaking of which, what about those oracle cards? We haven't done divination in forever. Why the sudden interest?
I was just about to tell you. Earlier, while napping on the swing, I had the strangest dream. There was this mysterious voice in my dream, calling out for something.
Wait, you had that dream too?
Yes, you too? That would explain this lingering sense of unease.
I am so confused what's going on here.
Which made me think of those old oracle cards I used to play with as a kid. Though the Ornyx prophecies were always hit or miss.
Yeah, all the kids would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo. If you just redo it when you don't like the result, what's the point of divination?
The blessing of childhood. Believing the gods might not notice our little corner of Ide Silicii, willing to let our small deceits slide. Still, fate is absolute. After all, we never really know just how far into the future the prophecy extends.
Anyway, let's go to our old secret base and look for those oracle cards. Now, where did we hide those?
I can think of a few spots. Let's go check it out.
Lygus, explain. To the petals in the land of repose.
Village this size? I bet all our childhood treasures are exactly where we hid them.
Time must be keeping them safe for us.
The theater is actually someone's childhood memory, staged in the Ide Silicii of old. Kalos, with many questions in mind, assumes the role of this person's most important companion, joining him and Cyrene in their search for something important. Yeah, but what's the point? It's just my question. What is Lycus trying to get at? Is he trying to reveal that Cyrene's behind all this? That she's the prime mover?
Well, those were the days. We'd always meet either by that statue in the village or right here.
Right? And I remember you never used the front door when you wanted me to come play. You always climbed over the wall. You were such mischief makers. Just like a certain someone who has a habit of showing up unexpectedly. Right.
Who's that supposed to be? Can't pin me down, can you?
I bet he said something clever just now.
Hey, I was just copying those storybook heroes. They never take the beaten path.
Still, it's embarrassing. I've I've been the only one here for a while, and I haven't kept up with the cleaning. With so many spots to check, where should we even start?
What about the cellar?
A cellar? I think I remember one. It was deep. So very deep.
Well, if we're talking Wonderland stuff, it's not that different from my hero stories. All right, let's split up. I'll handle the yard, you check the upper floor.
I wonder what the view's like from up there.
I wonder how pomegranate juice with...
Worth checking out?
The girl before you carries an air of mystery, her secrets elusive, yet her demeanor toward you is exceptionally warm.
What are you getting at?
You can't help but wonder, could there really be some kind of mental connection?
The view here hasn't changed a bit. You know, besides the swing under the big tree, this has to be my favorite spot in all of ID Silicii.
3, 2, 1, jump!
Hey, what are you doing? Please be careful.
Listen, I can't jump in this game. I'm trying to break the simulation.
I'm just a small-time diviner. I can't turn back time if something happens.
They always said I'd become the next priest of time, just because I heard prophecies as a child. But here's the thing. The more divinations I do, the more doubt creeps in. I want to believe the prophecies, but actually leaving ID Silicii, where will that waiting ship take us, I wonder?
Here they are, the Oracle cards.
Looks like you won the race. I was still taking the scenery.
I've captured it all in my heart. This view, and most precious of all, my childhood friends. There we go. Looks like the gods do listen to our thoughts.
Here it is! This is the box where we kept the cards.
But the cards are gone. Who could have taken them?
Huh? What's this underneath?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Stamped paw print. Are these animal footprints? Nice cards, all looking good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don Hung and more Void Ranger jive.
Hey, don't go changing the words.
Ah, I see now. Those sneaky little ones. So that's what they've been up to.
Ah, the ones from Remembrance Maze, you mean?
Yep. Let's head to the back of the courtyard.
Remembrance Maze?
The entrance should be around here somewhere.
Right here.
Oh my god, is it actually gonna be
The path
Wonderland?
to the maze is hidden under all these weeds. It's been too long since we visited the fairies.
Oh, we're just fairies, okay.
Did you forget? We used to visit them all the time when we were little. All right, let's do this. These weeds need to go. Pretty sure this is it? Should be this way. There it is! The entrance! That hollow in the tree.
Uh-huh.
Once you get through the tight squeeze in the hollow, you'll reach their dwelling, the Remembrance Maze.
I wonder if I can still squeeze through there.
Maybe worry more about whether the fairies will let you in. After all, the Remembrance Maze has an invitation-only rule. Only children with pure hearts are welcomed.
Sounds like some secret society, huh? My Trailblazer profile should get me in, right?
Trailblazer profile? What's that?
Just be breaking the fourth wall, don't mind it.
Regardless, how about we try getting through the hollow first?
After you, then.
What? Oh, sure, I'll go first.
So hasty, as always. Looks like it's just us now. Care to finish that chat?
Yeah, what the hell's going on?
To be honest, from the moment I saw the cute note left by the fairies, my intuition became even more certain. Perhaps when we step into the maze again after all these years, the wheels of fate will finally start turning.
Makes you say that. Don't tell me you're behind all this. Once the wheels start turning, there's no going back, huh?
What if I am? What would you do?
Throw you in the lake.
Just kidding. Don't read too much into it. But you know what? Even if fate is set on its path, no matter where it steers the world, if we're together, there's nothing to worry about, right?
What if we get separated?
So, if you're willing, forget it. If the wheels do begin to turn, that's when I'll make my request.
That's what happens when you die right before you can say anything. That is a death flag if I ever saw one. Oh. Oh. It's a completely separate area.
I made it! Oh, that wasn't easy. I can't remember the last time I came here.
Wait a minute. Are you?
Oh, it's Mem.
Look who it is! Rini and Snowy!
You're not Mem.
Whoa!
You're purple Mem.
Finally back, Memmy! Snowy, you've grown so tall and dashing. I couldn't even tell it was you at first.
We had to grow up. Sometime.
But look at Rini. She hasn't changed one bit. How fascinating.
Perhaps I'm like you, Rayleigh Mem. Just another fairy of the maze.
What the hell is going on? These apes just keep getting weirder. Mem's purple now? Did you dye your fur? So the Mems are like an organization?
Oh, tell me about it. It took me forever to get all their names straight when I first came.
No, that's not what I mean.
Doly Mem, Rayleigh Mem, Mealy Mem, Folly Mem. I've missed these cute little troublemakers.
That's a lot of Mems.
We used to gather around the fire, singing and dancing, imagining all our future journeys. Without coming back here, those memories might have faded away entirely.
Mem was a fairy, apparently.
Oh, how
and that's the
could
thing.
you, Snowy?
Biden didn't recognize what she
you
was.
wouldn't forget about us. But you were gone so long, you almost did.
Oh, he's just copying those bards from his stories, being all melodramatic. He couldn't forget about you all, even if he tried. Actually, we're here for the Oracle cards. Have you seen them?
Oh, the Oracle cards. Right. The chief asked us to get those.
Chief? You mean Doly Mem? What do they need the cards for? If they want a reading, they could just ask me.
Oh, I'm not sure. But Chief specifically wanted to meet with you all. Let's see. They should be... That's it! This way, everyone! Watch your step. The trunk's slippery.
Whatever you say. This is another beautiful location, though. I see why they separated this on the map like so, because that way they could deload the other area and make this area really look kind of magical. I guess we have to go this way. I get the feeling we're not going to find much over there. Hello? Oh, there you go. I am so confuzzled.
Chief, Rini and Snowy have returned.
Like, why are we in Wonderland?
Why do leaves and branches grow? Which way does the wind blow?
Circe, is that you?
In Membrance Maze depths we seek to find the answers future left behind. Welcome back, my dear children.
I thought you'd be a pink Mem.
Pink ones? That's strange. I don't recall any pink fairies in the Membrance Maze. Have you seen any, Chief Doly Mem?
Oh, Chief, you haven't changed a bit. Still so full of life.
Oh, no need to fuss, my child. You haven't forgotten, have you? As long as our songs are sung, the children of the maze will live on. just as our paths stay forever linked.
I'm glad to know that Treebe's mother found new life as a floating rabbit.
Here, take it. I'm sorry I had to resort to such methods to bring you here.
This is As I've Written?
My book of oracle cards.
Oh.
Thank you for keeping it safe. You know, you can always just ask if you want me to divine something.
Still, bringing us here like this after so long.
Uh-huh.
Is something wrong, Chief?
Yes. The Veil of Evernight whispers to us once more. It tells of a new fairy who will soon enter the maze.
Will it be pink?
Indeed. Every time a new fairy arrives in the maze, it means that beyond the veil, in the vast lands far from Ides Elysiae, a great calamity is on the horizon.
Dolly Mem continues to explain in greater detail.
But if that's the case, our journey...
will have to be cancelled. If disaster's coming, we should stay in Ides Elysiae just to be safe.
What are you planning to do? What about all the people out there? Planning to do?
We weren't planning to be gone for long. Just enough time to hone our abilities. Finan would train in Castrum Kremnos, while I would seek the Fake Titan's blessing in Yanisopolis. Then we'd return to Ides Elysiae to help keep our village safe.
It's okay. I can still practice my swordplay here. Some things you can learn on your own. Well, probably.
That's not very convincing. Here's a thought. Let's have Cyrene do a reading. If fate wishes to show us its path, we might find some peace of mind.
But what if we don't like what the cards tell us?
Just ignore them! I feel the same way. Perhaps better not to know. At least we'll know which way to run if we stand against it.
Not the most optimistic take, but I see your point. Thanks, partner. We'll do it your way. Whatever the cards show, we'll face it together.
Ask with a true heart, and truth shall answer in kind. Close your eyes, and let's open the oracle card book together. Let your thoughts flow like stars drifting on the river, carried by fireflies and gentle winds. Your destinies flowing towards the same future. Now, shall we begin? Oh my! The cards are quite responsive today.
Uh-huh.
Very well. Let's see what future the oracle cards wish to show us.
Oh.
Behold, the Weaver. It connects the romantic threads of the chrysalis of gold.
Man, that looks familiar.
Weaving all destinies into golden silk that flows toward the most brilliant, magnificent future.
The dance of thread and blade set the stage. So shall it end as gracefully as it started.
Such elegance. The Gold Weaver must be of noble birth. Such high standing. I doubt someone like me could ever reach it.
This is the gatekeeper, who guides people to their true path among myriad passages.
We have surrendered our countless senses, dedicating ourselves to the sacred whispers within the temple.
Wait. It almost feels like I can hear the echoes within a temple. And are those children singing? It feels overwhelmingly solemn, yet strangely comforting.
The ruler stands for discipline, authority, and glory, but frequently also points to isolation and warfare.
Even should you pledge your loyalty to me as the last sovereign, the glory shall be mine and mine alone. He who has slain a king can no longer bear the title. Let the withering lion walk his last path alone.
Is this showing us a ruler who forsook their people? Stories of such bloodshed like this feel so different from Ides Elysiae. But they sure can stir the imagination.
Ah, The Traveler, our little trickster, always hiding behind other cards, disguising itself. What a rare catch.
Over here! Or perhaps here! Gotcha! You'll have to be quicker than that.
That teasing voice. Just like a child playing hide and seek. Surely only a master of mischief could pick up this card.
Uh-huh.
This card, the Servant,
Oh wow, I wouldn't
is
expect Casperus to
surprisingly
be that.
light, bearing the cool scent of Antilla flowers, just like starlight. It symbolizes new life and hope, yet often brings to mind struggles, sadness, and loss.
These precious flowers I care for with my own hands. Are they destined to bloom only in death's embrace?
It sounds so solemn, yet tinged with an inescapable sorrow.
The healer?
The
Obviously.
humble healer may seem gentle in hue, but its courage matches any other, strong enough to melt even the coldest ice.
I will do my best to help you mend all fractures and let sunlight shine on every corner of the world. Make a pinky promise with me. No more going back on your word.
Hey, this card really speaks to me. It makes me want to protect as much as I possibly can. Still, protecting everything, everywhere, seems like a dream. What amazing power would you need for that?
Reveal the scholar.
Behold the scholar, bearer of many names, the grand magician, the great performer, the eye of wisdom, and the defiler of Circes.
Of course.
Oh, there's just one card. With all those titles, I was expecting a whole deck.
A Dromus draped in finery will suffice. It's succinct enough to best summarize my true nature.
Wait, what's with that condescending tone? It's almost as if it knows what we're about to say.
What are we doing right now? We're talking to cards. All right.
The Deliverer.
Oh.
According to the tripartite prophecy, this card means absolute harmony and perfection. In fact, it's the only oracle card without a dark side.
Oh.
What, no divine whispers this time?
Oh, silly. This is simply the card you drew for yourself.
The sleepy village of Ides Elysiae, in just one fleeting moment, welcomed an array of legendary figures. The Weaver, Gatekeeper, Ruler, Traveler, Servant, Healer, and Scholar. Their stories and wishes showed the village boy glimpses of a world larger than he'd ever imagined.
I love the Flame Reaver in the background with Finan.
They brought tales of raging
Gold
battles,
blood he smears on
of
the
cities
side.
crowned in holy light, and of wonders beyond his understanding. Each story so far removed from his simple village life. Once, these were just images on his friend's oracle cards, and yet destiny now stirs in resonance with the maze. And now, they are right in front of one's eyes.
The Deliverer? This card again.
Ah, my child. It seems you're destined to bear the wishes of many, to answer the world's call.
Bear their wishes?
Yes, just like Kefali, standing eternal atop the mountain.
My parents, they only wished for me to grow up, well, to help around the village, stay out of trouble. Mrs. Pythias wished for more books in her little schoolhouse, wanted us to all learn and grow. And little Piso, he wants to grow up strong like its father, to become a hunter.
Oh, I think I remember this story.
Is that my purpose? To fulfill their wishes?
Perhaps. For a true deliverer, such wishes are but droplets in an ocean. After all, Kefali bears the weight of the entire world.
Right. How could any human possibly measure up to a Titan?
I wonder too. Perhaps
What's this?
what you see are futures written in the cards. Or rather, the people you'll meet on your journey. Sometimes, fate can guide us when we're lost. Let's consult fate itself. Maybe then we'll know why we must take this path, and learn just how many burdens one must bear to become a true deliverer.
Well, if it isn't our little deliverer, my wish. Just let me wine and dine and soak up the sun for another millennium or two. I mean, what's the point of dying rich if you never lived rich? Right, Princess Homebuddy? Cypher, that's not how I see it.
Is this about the last cycle?
My one wish is to find that missing piece in my life. To feel someone's embrace once more. That warmth.
Oh.
I've felt it before, and it's my dearest memory. And speaking of riches,
Yeah.
for someone with all those treasures behind your divine power, you've led a pretty cheap life.
What is going on?
Ouch! Where did that come from? Right for the jugular, huh? What about our friend from the Grove?
My wish came true before I touched the sky. I transformed my healing power into gentle sunlight, distributing it equally to every life I cherished and loved.
You two are so selfless, aren't you? No surprise Aglaya wanted you for the flame chase journey.
Is this actually the next cycle?
You know what? I did have one wild dream. To know what it feels like being born a noble lady, drowning in riches. Just think, if I traded places with that seamstress, me in the mansion, her on the streets. I'd like to see if she'd still become the Gold Weaver then. Maybe I'd even take her place.
Can we jump in if can we jump in and fit right into their combo? These wishes, they make you want to smile. No.
Doesn't sound like an easy task. Warm embrace, equal healing, and perhaps living free. They're all wishing for a kinder world in their own way.
Personal wishes? I have none. Only the Aranuva matters. The world's rebirth. Yet, if I am to weave a new era, then it may be one where kindness and her cleaners shall never tread.
Yeah, this is such a weird,
These
like,
cooling parasites have no
type
place
shit.
in Akama. Especially not under the deceitful claim of human rule.
That noble lady, the way she speaks, it's like ice in my veins.
You get used to it. Cold as winter frost.
That's exactly the feeling I'm getting.
Teacher, perhaps you could share your wishes with us?
Oh, Snowy. You want to know about our wishes now?
Oh my.
I wish to meet Trian again. In the Sea of Flowers where the West Wind ends. And Aggie, I want to see you shed that golden thread cocoon around your heart. Just once more. Smile at us again like that bright-eyed girl in white who stood before the Yanisopolis temple. Finally, I pray that the footsteps of lost souls no longer wander aimlessly. Instead, replaced by the bright songs of prayer. Are we wishing for too much? Well, let's say these 3 wishes represent Trian and Trinan too.
What about the other, like, 997 of you?
Those wishes are truly wonderful. They even stir something deep inside me.
Then we can rest easy. Because only you can make these wishes come true.
Only me?
Mark these words, Snowy. See you tomorrow.
This has to be like the trial for the. It has to be like the world-bearing trial or something. Like, there's something weird going. Oh, hey, Mahdi's here.
Finan, my student. Must we go over this again?
Well, apparently he doesn't remember you.
Listen well. I detest the word wish. It reeks of mortals crawling before their gods. My life's work is done. All that remains is for you to take the final step and prove the ultimate truth. I, Anaxagoras, shall become a god of the new world. Through irrefutable logic, I will prove that mortal wisdom can achieve divine greatness.
Technically, that was proven many times before.
Isn't he, you know, a little
arrogant?
I mean, I just daydream about hero stories, but he's fantasizing about becoming a titan?
Careful, that's your future teacher you're talking about.
Well, that's something. Could I ever be that sure of myself?
And Osiris like, yeah, fuck these wishes. Reminds me of being religious.
Finan, since when did you become so timid, asking such juvenile questions about wishes?
What's that supposed to mean? What's with that condescending tone? No way I become friends with this half-naked show-off, right?
Sorry to disappoint you, but you had to be close friends. Be the kind of friends who think nothing of sitting shoulder to shoulder in a hot bath.
Horrifying. Is that really something I'll enjoy one day?
What are you mumbling to yourself now? Whatever. The wishes of the Kremnon warriors are done, but I survived 1,000 deaths only to fall to a coward's blade. That masked Flame Reaver who struck from behind. Finan, you look... never mind. That blank look tells me you're completely lost.
Yep.
My wish is simple. One honest duel. Face to face, blade to blade.
Uh-huh.
Then I'll strip away that mask with my own hands.
The Flame Reaver, huh?
Nothing but violence and vengeance. This person's wish is nothing short of brutal. Still, those eyes burn with the noble pride I've read about. This wish, I shall not forget.
Alright, Cyrene, can you explain already what the hell we're experiencing? I am so confused.
Tell me, has the uncertainty in your heart begun to fade?
So many faces in my future. So many wishes. Still, why would fate choose to show us this path?
What's weighing on your mind?
Didn't you say disaster would strike Amphorius? If so, shouldn't Cyrene and I stay in Aedes Elysiae? How could we possibly meet all these people?
Even the darkest storm is eventually, perhaps they'll come to Aedes Elysiae. This calamity is what sets you on your journey.
If that's true, then who will protect everyone in Aedes Elysiae? Cyrene, may I have that Deliverer card?
Of course. But why?
Although those voices, visages, and wishes may seem far away now, I can't ignore the sense that something is calling me, bidding me to take a hold of it. Maybe its true weight can only be known once it's in my grasp.
In that case, accept this gift. Oracle cards carrying time's wisdom, blessed by Orynyx. May they journey with you, become your memories, and spark rippling waves of change in times to come.
I'll hold these words close to my heart, but now that I'm holding them, they don't seem all that different from ordinary playing cards.
Oh.
What? What's happening?
Everyone, we've got big trouble, Mimi! Burning, smoke everywhere. It's all coming from beyond the maze.
What's going on?
It's here. The seeds of disaster have already taken hold. Sooner than we had foreseen. This time, not even the Veil of Evernight can shield us.
You mean Aides Elysiae will be swept up in the prophesied catastrophe?
I'm afraid so. My children, take shelter in the Membrance Maze. One step outside, and this horror will consume you both.
But my parents, the whole village.
Is this calamity a Titan's doing?
Are we facing the 3 Titans of Calamity?
This is beyond any Titan. Beyond any danger you could overcome with strategy alone. It's an unspeakable horror that twists all life into abominations that never bleed nor cry. Even Titans fall to its corruption, burning from within until only empty shells remain. The Black.
Oh, damn.
It's an unspeakable horror that twists all life into abominations that never bleed nor cry. Even Titans fall to its corruption, burning from within until only empty shells remain, knowing only death and destruction. The Black Tide. That's what this calamity truly is.
They say death and destruction, which tells me, okay, yeah, it has to be Iron Tomb.
Sparing none but the Membrance Maze.
Not even Titans can?
Yes. So please, don't leave this forgotten realm the gods abandoned. You are the first to uncover our presence, and the only 2 who can enter the maze. We don't wish for you to throw your lives away.
I'm so confused about how much of this is...
Finan, what path do we take?
Protect those who must be protected. Listen to your heart. Stay here, safe in the maze. Protect those who must be protected.
As long as we survive, hope remains. But I just accepted the Deliverer card. To idly sit by and ignore this calamity now would be...
Listen to your heart.
My heart knows but one path.
Of course.
I learned the sword to protect those close to me. If I run now, I'll never be worthy of lifting a blade again.
Then we know what we must do.
Indeed. Our friend is right. We must take action. Forgive me, Chief, but Aides Elysiae needs us. And as her child, I must act.
Very well. Make sure you protect yourselves.
With me, Cyrene. Join us, my friend. Even without a sword, I'll take a rake. Even with the roughest steel, I'll keep our home safe.
Deliverer. The card's truth extends beyond its mere literal meaning. There's another hidden layer within. Not someone perfect from the start, standing high above, casting merciful gazes upon the world, but one who starts small, from a humble village, expanding their world within step by step, learning to save others as they grow. When we were little, I told him I wished this world would never need a deliverer. Now that wish has shattered. Yet I'm glad he's chosen to walk this path. And all of this happened because you believed in him, friend. Shall we? It's only when you're by our side that Finan and I... that our hearts find their courage. I know you're watching us right now. Aren't you, great hero from the future?
Oh, Deliverer. Such cruel irony. Though destined to bear the world's burden, this boy can never become the hero to bring forth the dawn.
What are you talking about? Don't tell me I'm the one who has to deliver salvation? Are you here just to spoil the story?
Follow their path. Bear witness as this man, forever denied the mantle of hero, takes his first step on the path to deliverance. Watch this memory play out its final act. See with your own eyes how everything began. Then you'll see why his dream of deliverance was always destined to become this world's requiem.
I just noticed Lycus's chest is like that circle we saw in the Fables About the Stars Part 2 trailer. With the black hole but has a golden rim and then it's dripping gold. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
A sun red as blood, wheat fields turning to dust, and in the heart of it all, a village aflame. In that moment, the boy stood in what felt like the end of existence itself.
Oh.
These creatures, they're everywhere. Someone, anyone, where are you?
Oh.
No, it can't be. You. Are you talking to me? No. That ribbon. Olivia. No. I should have known.
Save us. Save us.
Please. No. Stop. Please stop. Olivia, I'm so sorry. And these monsters, they're all... Why? Why is this happening?
When the black tide arrived, the wavering boy found resolve in his companions, and together they ran toward their first battlefield. In the far-off future, the land of Anforius would bear the marks of the hero's footsteps. With sword in hand, he would inscribe an eternal mark in the golden epic. And when dawn broke over scorched earth, a boy, covered in wounds, buried the dead one by one. His silence heavier than the earth he moved. His home, his past, his name, all buried beneath the soil. His feet carried him forward, over the pillar of stone, beyond the chalice of plenty, through the deadly fogs of the hand of shadow. He wandered without direction, like a withered leaf drifting in the wind. Through countless city-states, the smiling visage of the white-haired swordsman was etched into memories. Yet he did not walk without purpose. Deep in his heart, a voice always guided him forward to fulfill the wishes he had inherited, to brave peril, and to do all that was within his power to save those who needed saving. Those words his friends spoke long ago, when his journey began, lingered.
Protect those who must be protected.
The words were few, but they gave him all the certainty he needed.
That's what it means to be ordinary and choose to be more.
Onward he walked, until the call of the Flame Chase journey thundered across the land. In the vision painted by prophecy, humanity would triumph over the gods, seize the core flames, and ignite a new dawn for Amphorius.
Yet losses are a constant on the Flame Chase journey, where life too seems as small as a speck of dust. Only one who treats the world as their teacher can bear its eventual destiny. Are you prepared for such teachings?
The voice within spoke, and he answered softly.
No matter. My existence is of no consequence.
When the Gold Weaver called, he answered, traveling to the holy city. There the elders met his warrior's spirit, with nothing but scorn, condemning him to the barracks in derision. No one saw it coming. Not the world, not even him. Yet, this nameless recruit stood at the gates of legend. And there, at last, he found the ones who would walk his path right beside him.
Act 2.
This is the Abyss of Fate. Hold on. Finance here too? And is that Mighty and Trinan?
And now, Act 2 of our immersive drama unfolds.
They're evacuating the temple. Why now? Are you insane? That blonde man is the Crown Prince of Krymnos. Mess with him, and every last person in the city could wind up dead.
Calm yourselves. The Holy Maiden has everything under control. We need only wait patiently.
Behold, it is the month of Gate, Light Calendar 4926. The Crown Prince of Krymnos, Midimos, has led his forces to the gates of Akima. As you know, though Midimos was proud, he did not engage in needless violence. He challenged the elders of Akima to a duel, not for glory, but for the rights and dignity of his people, to ensure they wouldn't live as second-class citizens in foreign lands. After Aglaya's mediation, Finan met Midimos' challenge as the Elders' representative. This duel was to change the course of the Flame Chase journey itself. So, as Finan's most important companion, his lifelong friend, please continue to bear witness to his memories.
Is this supposed to be a Finan of a different cycle? It's the only thing I can think of. Because none of this is consistent. All of it seems like almost like this dream world. Cyrene seems to be in and out of acknowledging that we're in like a play. What is going on?
Is this your idea of an honorable duel?
Bloodshed isn't the way. We and Aggie don't want to see Chrysoceres turn on each other. True warriors know when to sheathe their blades. The impartial Talantin shall oversee this duel. You need only place your offerings upon their scales. Something that has more weight than the fate of the world.
Which means only those who understand the world's weight are worthy to carry it. Is this how you plan to test our convictions? Well, Kremnoan, looks like you won't be able to punch your way through this one.
It makes no difference. One last chance, new recruit. Walk away, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, come and face me. I'll give you a warrior's death.
Hard to imagine they once clashed like this. Holy Maiden, I can't help but feel like a pawn that has stumbled into some greater political game.
Every hero was once a child. And every child must grow.
That's so. I don't even know why I'm standing here right now. Look at me. Just a common soldier. Since swordsmanship won't decide the winner, Lady Goldweaver should be here instead. My devotion to the Holy City could never compare to hers.
What if we told you this duel isn't about winning or losing, but rather in the choice you make?
Are you saying that Lady Goldweaver is testing me?
Every Chrysocere is indispensable to the Flame Chase journey. And you and the Crown Prince of Kremnos are both a part of the prophecy. What the duel marks is not an ending, but a beginning. So, listen to your heart. We wish only to hear your answer.
True enough. The voice within has never failed me. It doesn't matter what the result is. I'll give it everything I have.
Spoken like a Chrysocere. Now go, Finon. Your journey has only just begun.
That's right, comrade. It's time for us to teach that proud prince a lesson together.
Oh, we got this. Someday he too will be your comrade. What if we lose?
Me? With him? Don't joke around like that. Still, on the topic of the Temple of the Three Fates, here we are, at the Temple of the Time Titan. And I don't even know how Cyrene's studies are progressing. We haven't really had much contact since I set out.
Are we supposed to be a figment of his imagination?
Still, I hope she's doing well. Anyway, let's go, comrade. It's not every day you get a chance to see Talantin's scales of justice.
What's going on? Did he just say Cyrene's studying here? But how is that possible? Wasn't she?
I didn't even pick up on that. Yeah, that completely went over my head. I was so distracted by the other stuff, but yeah, it's true. She should be dead. Yeah, this has to be the previous Finon. The one who becomes Flame Reaver and then kills Cyrene.
Of course, Lycus disappears right when I need answers. Forget it. I need to catch up with Finon first.
Amazing. Talantin may have fallen, but their scales remain true to their purpose.
I hope you still remember your purpose, new recruit.
You seem awfully confident, Kremnoan. Let's see how you define the idea of weight.
For your information, in Castrum Kremnos, the punishment for profaning a duel with such crooked words is impalement. But as we're in foreign lands, I'll indulge you. The signet of Kremnos, the crown jewel of our people. That's my choice.
A ring. Not just any ornament, I'd wager. What's the story behind this little treasure?
Don't push your luck. Think I'd pour my heart out to you? Just know that Kremnos' 1,000 years of glory could bring a titan to its knees. Let alone a nobody like you.
So to him, glory and his people outweigh the entire world.
And the very destiny that Mighty himself will eventually shoulder.
Don't overthink it, Finon. Trust your heart.
Well, that's easy for you to say. I'm just a Holy City guard up against Kremnos' walking war machine of a prince. Don't you think this is a little bit too unfair?
Is it the test?
Now this is a tough one. What can I possibly offer against a ring that signifies so much? Well, comrade, what does your gut tell you?
The silver card, the blade you carry?
Looks like we really are on the same wavelength. In the end, there's only one thing I can trust. The deliverer that appeared in my life on that day. How ironic. I can't even look at this card properly, much less follow where it leads. Just thinking about how my village was swallowed by the black tide makes my hands shake. The flames, the screams, my utter failure to protect anyone. Speaking rationally, I know it's not nearly enough. Hades Elysiae was just a small village. Its loss barely a scar on Amphorius' face. But here and now, my heart says something else. This card. It's everything I have left. Nothing weighs heavier.
Perhaps that itself is the answer.
Look, Finon.
It's so nice to see you all again. Lady Trinan, Finon, and... hello. Seeing you here sure is a sweet surprise.
Did I stumble into the wrong Amphorius?
Why so surprised? Could it be... Did you miss me?
Cyrene? This is incredible. I was literally just thinking about how you might be here. But I'd never imagined I'd see you this soon.
I was supposed to leave with the priests, but then I heard Lady Maiden was with a white-haired young man. I figured it had to be you, so I snuck back here.
That's Cyrene for you. Unfortunately, this isn't a good time for reminiscing. That Kremnoan over there...
Still playing house, boy?
You get the idea.
Quite the hothead. You know, you two just might get along. Don't worry, you already know what the answer is, don't you? If that's your choice, I am with you. I am with you because I remember it all too. The fields of Hades Elysiae, those red leaves, that little swing of mine beneath the tree where I dreamed the sweetest dreams. And those dear fairies in the Membrance Maze. It hurts so much knowing they're gone forever.
What the hell is happening?
Pain speaks for itself. Our hometown may have been just a tiny village, but to us, it was the whole world. But that's not enough, Finon. Not nearly enough. Even though hatred can help people grow and turn a boy into an unbreakable warrior, what you need now is victory. You can't just stack the scales with your past suffering. You have to throw the weight of your future onto them as well.
The future? What do you mean?
Maybe that was a bit too cryptic for you, but it's actually really simple.
You just called him stupid.
Why not have our mutual friend here stand on the scales with the deliverer? How about it? Can you help us?
Wouldn't that be cheating?
Relax. Our dear Crown Prince won't have a clue.
Let's try that. The fate of Akuma hangs on this duel. I must claim victory. For their sake, I will stake everything I have. Stand with me, comrade, and we shall become heroes.
Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow.
Let's. Together we'll prove that what weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future.
Talantin, the fair, the just, they of unassailable integrity.
This is...
The challengers have made their choices. In the name of the Holy Maiden of the Three Fates, lower your scales, weigh destiny, and reveal unto us your verdict.
I feel like the writers are trying to break my brain right now.
Your offering is a card?
Yes, a flimsy little card. That is my choice. Just know that it's called the Deliverer.
Interesting. Very well. If you can beat me with this card, then that's what I'll call you from now on.
It's a deal.
The scales... they're wavering.
Talantin is deliberating on the outcome. It appears the convictions of both sides are equally matched.
This is suffocating. Like the whole world's weight is on my shoulders.
Yeah, you've got no idea.
But I believe what my heart tells me.
Oh.
Finally decided?
Hear thee, children of humanity. I shall pronounce judgment, for the difference is now clear. The one whose offering weighs more than the fate of the world is... one from Ides Elysiae, the nameless hero.
Okay.
However, heed this. The true weight of conviction originates not from itself, but rather in that which tips the scales. Hope itself.
What's that supposed to mean?
I think the Titan means that it's not anyone's personal convictions that outweigh the fate of the world. It's about a wish, one which we all share. You, me, everyone here. What tipped the scales wasn't Finan's conviction alone, but the collective hopes carried by this oracle card. Humanity's desperate call for a deliverer.
Yeah, all well and good. Can you explain why the
Yes.
hell no one else sees me
Even
except you two?
and your people, Kremnoan.
Placing us both on the same side of the scales? Foolish. We Kremnoans are your mortal enemies. Such weak idealism will only get you skewered on our spears.
Fine by me. I've never claimed to be the deliverer from the card anyway. I'm a soldier. And if it's my fate to bleed my last on the battlefield, then so be it. I'll fight to my last breath. And on this, I know that we're the same. That's all a hero really is. Someone with that kind of conviction. And the deliverer? Just a sum of all those heroes.
A brilliant explanation. Just as prophesied, on this day, the final two heroes shall join the Flame Chase journey.
I should have known from the start. They all say Lady Goldweaver is quite brazen, but you're the first to even imagine that prophecies could persuade a Kremnos warrior.
Oh, I have 1,000 ways to tame a lion.
Oh la la.
But this lion didn't come here for bloodshed, did he?
The Kremnoans far outmatch Occam's forces, yet we haven't lost a single soul. That's no accident, is it?
Do you honestly think Kremnoans, renowned for our love of battle, would show mercy?
Your forces are equally renowned for their iron discipline. And so, we can only assume that this is on your orders.
Perhaps Akama isn't as hidebound as the rumors say. You grasp the true marrow of power more clearly than those elders.
Now that the wheels of fate are turning, what finer way to celebrate this fortuitous encounter than a feast? Follow me, brave Outlanders. Heroes of this world are as countless as the stars. And at this moment, we find ourselves gathered here by the light of the flames of the long night. History shall remember this moment. The prophesied Chrysos heirs now stand assembled, heralding a new dawn for Amphorius.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You must see now how different this is from the flame-chased journey you traveled.
Where'd you disappear to? Just whose memories are these? And whose role am I playing?
Patience. We're approaching the final act. These are, as I mentioned, his first memories. They are of particular importance for the imminent Era Nova, such as this very moment, as the prophesized demigods gather with Talentum as witness. This is a moment calculated by the gods.
Okay.
What comes after is no different from that which you already know. Some join, others leave, while flame chasers bear their faint light forward through the long night. Ah, come. Your seat awaits. After 13 heartbeats, our heroes will be ferried to the final scene.
They say that the heroes of this world should be as countless as the stars. Yet now, we're the only ones left standing. So, in the end, the Black Tide still swallowed everything.
The West stands protected by mighty Skrymnoans. It will hold for the time being. Professor Anaxa deployed wards in the north and east before. Their effectiveness is untested, but I believe in him. And Akama. We needn't fear for Aglaya. Even in death, she counts as the greatest among demigods. Her threads of romance weave an impenetrable shield, and the people answer her call, rallying to the city's defense. Let's move. Cavalli has given their core flame. We must complete the Era Nova before the next entry hour. For Amphorius.
That only leaves 3 hours.
So, this is the last time we'll see her.
Finan, we set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur. So has it always been.
Then why? Why must Amphorius's wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this?
I don't know. We haven't had any other choice, except to move forward. Not for a long time now. Even if we only see the long, long night ahead, I still believe that through it, we'll find the dawn on the other side. Beyond these flames, a new sun will someday rise. So, to the Temple of the Three Fates. You'll take over Time's authority, and we'll return all the core flames to the Vortex. Then put this world's fate to its final rest. After which, we shall all face oblivion, or embark on one final grand journey.
Alright, repeating what he said before. Activate return. Did they not perform the miracle of Genesis?
Please forgive us for disturbing your sleep, Orynyx.
It matters not. I know fate has run its course.
The Black Tide has reached Akama. Amphorius does not have much time left. It is time for the Era Nova.
As agreed, I shall present the core flame of time. Ride the river of time. It will guard your passage to the vortex of Genesis. Step through and witness.
Is that why? Did they actually do time travel instead of doing a reset? And that's why the Flame Reaver exists?
Professor Anaxa proved the truth of Genesis with his sacrifice. As Chrysos heirs of the prophecy, we were always destined to immolate ourselves for this world. Now, it's our turn. We can't let everyone's sacrifices be in vain.
I don't need another pep talk, Finan. After all, we've been ready to fight fate ever since we left the village, haven't we?
Yeah. Come. Let's claim the miracle we were promised, and burn away every last shadow in this world.
And then rise as the first light of a new world.
Light calendar 4931, the third week of the month of Evernight. Welcome, my lord, to the end of the flame chase. And the end of all things.
It's the same gate. Yeah, you're right, actually. That is the same gate that March saw when she was entering.
The Titan has revealed the gateway of fate. Please, accept the invitation to step across the threshold. And behold, beyond this gate lies the new world that our heroes sought through their trials, as well as the terminus that the owner of these long memories has been hurtling towards their entire life. Perhaps you'll find it all too familiar.
We're gonna see the scene we saw from the last quest.
You'll understand how the mortal called Finan shouldered the world's weight. How that same burden crushed him, proving that the so-called Deliverer is nothing more than Amphorius's own delusion. A pitiful fantasy that it could defy fate's decree. Please, esteemed one, the answers you seek lie in these non-existent times.
Because the time was negated because they went back in time. So I think I get what happened. I think what happened was, we're gonna just call him Flame Reaver. So Flame Reaver basically experienced everything that we saw with Cyrene and stuff in a separate timeline. I assume that all the stuff involving us is just like Lygus having us interfere in this and just kind of like inserting us into the simulation or whatever. So the idea should be that Flame Reaver basically went through all this, and he realized when he sees Lygus at the end and has the conversation, how nothing seems to have gone right, and there's no point to anything that they were doing. It's all just basically an endless suicide pact. Then Finan seems to be, I assume the idea with Flame Reaver is that they, with the help of Cyrene, uses the power of remembrance from Orynyx, sorry, not remembrance, of time from Orynyx, to basically turn back the clock and send the Flame Reaver into the past. Somehow, the Flame Reaver gets caught up in the Black Tide and becomes like this corrupted monstrosity we know, but the Flame Reaver still has enough semblance to know that what they need to do is, for whatever reason, is still perform the miracle of Genesis. I don't understand why the whole reset still needs to happen, or if the idea for the Flame Reaver is that the reset has to be something different, but for some reason, Flame Reaver understood that it needs to go back in time and kill Cyrene. So again, I'm still not getting everything, but it sounds like that's the idea, is that somehow going to try to save the world by turning back time instead of trying to reset everything with a new set of Chrysos heirs. Like they're trying to use the old one still.
The future revealed by the Titan.
Just what will we see?
It's the only thing I can think of.
The vortex of Genesis. So it is here. But just what is this?
Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The vortex of Genesis, where the world begins and ends. What stage could be more befitting of our final act? Come, I beseech you onward, buoyed by your surging curiosity. As an unattainable existence that has dwelled within his heart, beyond his reach, you have accompanied him through the march of years uncounted. You naturally have the right to view the river of time in its fullness, and to witness what he welcomed upon his arrival here. Every absurd and tragic ending. Now, if you would.
Pessimist much? To be fair, Lycus has been watching this play out probably millions of times.
Aranova comes. The sky.
Enough talk.
Though you
Now then,
What if there's only one?
sorry excuse.
just know.
Come
Beyond
on,
Aranova.
Snowy. Make the...
The third act, as it plays out before Kalis, appears to mark the end of the Flame Chase journey, but the one who witnesses the world's end time with Phynon is Cyrene, the girl we believe to have perished in his childhood years.
None of that matters now. This brutal flame chase journey has stripped away my delusions. I know the future is in some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds, just waiting to welcome us to step in.
This will be a romantic
I knew
story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
This is the rest of Phynon and Cyrene's story. Haven't I seen this scene before?
Indeed, in his memories, such a scene replays over and over. Though the details may differ, this remains ever the same. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. A total of 33,550,335 times.
Oh shit. Oh.
Each is a drop from the river of time, representing the long journey he would take, or rather, a never-ending cycle.
What cycle? I knew it. Well, of course, the cycle.
Sharp as ever, I see. Seeing is believing. Why not let your own two eyes uncover the truth? Or perhaps you can simply walk straight to the final truth. See the true face of the character you play, and witness the ultimate nature of the Chrysos heirs, flame chase journey, and the cycles of Amphorius. Please, take your time. Look around as much as you wish.
Eternal Recurrence number 134? Oh.
Not a single soul to be seen. So this is how the vortex looks at the end of days. Looks like I've got company after all. But since you've made it here, so in the end you succeeded, Executioner.
That's a big number.
Westeros, didn't you?
Yes. I've become Death's demigod, and shall never again walk the world of the living. What you see is the surging of the River of Souls, brought on by the countless dead feeding it in these dark times. They cry out. Though dead, they'll converge into a torrent and guard the vortex to see the Era Nova fulfilled.
I will take all the wishes of the departed with me. Please, everyone, fight with me to the very last.
I hear them. The dead hail you. They're prepared. Go on, Deliverer. We'll keep that executioner in our shadows. The path before you leads to light and eternal flames.
Uh-huh. That's 7 million.
There's water everywhere. This place is always so wet and sticky. Even my tail's getting heavy.
But that means every cycle it's been the same Chrysosauros? What?
Smell? And that sizzling noise. Yikes. Nobody from Dolos could stand this.
What about Nias, though, or Calypso?
So you feel it too?
Or Paus?
Go on, then. I'll handle the filth. Do what you need to do.
Let me fight with you. Better odds with 2.
Hey, remember what the seamstress said? You know what really matters.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you then.
Wow, someone's not shy.
Is the Flame Reaver the Executioner? I don't
Just
know.
so you know, I'm not in the business of making losing deals. I'll distract that executioner. You go turn the world's biggest lie into truth. Let me become the first wind of your new world.
Number 2,691. So an earlier one.
Just shut up and get out of here!
Are you crazy, Mighty? Immortal or not, even if you're the demigod of strife.
Oh, I'm still no match for them.
No, I know you can. I just wanted to request that you witness the Era Nova with me. Together. Let's prove that we're enough to transcend the prophesized fate.
Could it be that now, at the critical juncture, our mighty deliverer is chickening out? Scared of a stupid prophecy? I'll transcend the prophesized fate. All right. But I've got a better way. As the son of Gorgo, I'll prove myself with one last grand victory. Just like when I ripped out the old king's heart. Go. Leave this to me. If the Black Tide creatures block out the sun, then we Kremnoans will fight in the shade. And when I'm done with that executioner, we'll raise our cups where the west winds end.
I'm trying to think if the Flame Reaver's ever been described as an executioner in the past, and I honestly don't remember. Another one? Is it a later one? Really later? Oh.
Hey, little one. Are you scared? As brave as I is. Stay close, little Ika.
There's supposed to be a C there.
What? No, not you two. I see. I won't squander your kindness. Your hopes. So please, keep this bit of sky standing for me. Well, now there's one last thing I need to do before the Era Nova. Come, Executioner. Let this patch of clear sky show me where to strike.
That's in the 8 millions, right? No. No, that's still in the thousands. Oh my god, what if it has been an endless cycle where it's just every find-in from the last cycle has become the Flame Reaver in the next? That's the only other thing I can think of then. Because let's be honest, if the idea is that Naias and Calypso and stuff, like something else is going on with them, like maybe the idea is this. There was a first Amphorius, and that one involved Naias Calypso, and the idea was that yes, the Chrysosauros would become the demigods. But instead, we actually haven't gone through the miracle of Genesis ever, period. We haven't actually gone through with it. It's always been time travel shenanigans instead. So none of the find-ins have actually performed the real miracle. And that's what Lygus is waiting for. He wants to see the actual miracle. So he's just watching as these time loops happen until finally they give up and they go through the actual true cycles of Amphorius that you're supposed to. Maybe that's the idea. That there actually hasn't been any more than technically 2 cycles of this Amphorius simulation thing, and the rest has all been time travel. So this was gonna be like an Axa or a Glaya, right? Yeah.
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate.
So even the future revealed by the Titans may not come to pass.
The Era Nova. This unrivaled masterpiece. I have no regrets now that I may entrust it to my most trusted apprentice.
Are you saying?
Fate is ever unassailable. The golden threads tell me the black tide rushes toward the vortex, ready to swallow this place. I must weave the last of my humanity into a net to hold back the deluge. I shall have my final bath in warm and radiant gold. Now, the hour of fulfillment has come. Forgive me. I must snip away every risk to weave the strongest future for the new world. There is nothing more to say. We part here. I shall personally dispatch that wretched executioner, not with threads of gold, but with the steel tip of a needle.
And that is 33 million, so it's getting really close, right? Because didn't he say it's been like 33 million and like, I think it's close to the 500,000. This one is in the 24 million.
Draby, look. We made it to the vortex. That prophesied future. The flower fields where the west wind ends.
Era Nova. We're so close now.
You can't speak anymore. Please. Allow me to pause just a moment before I keep my promise.
Sorry, she's a doll now.
Let me answer your cruel fate by tearing that executioner's heart from the void.
Anaxa.
The vortex of Genesis. The last time I was here, I was returning the core flame of reason. I didn't have the time to observe it in too much detail back then. But a holy sanctuary of the Titans. Looks more like their frozen crypt to me.
Well, while the core flames do lie here now, it's my honor to walk the final stretch with a mind such as yours, Professor.
Oh, getting ahead of ourselves, are we? Have you forgotten so quickly? I died for truth long ago. What walks with you now is but a thought in your mind.
Of course. How could I forget that?
So he's like Calypso was in Anaxa's mind, right?
But I'll say the same to you. It's my honor to walk this final stretch with you, too. Now go. Stand tall and finish your final task.
Yeah. Just leave it to me.
Time for that wretched executioner to pay what they owe.
That is 67,000, so relatively early. All right, Lycus, I've seen it all. Who are we?
You really think you're prepared? Allow me to give you a warning, most earnest. Once you see what these memories hide, the world's course will be forever irreversible.
Oh, you're hyping it up, huh? Show me the final memory.
Ah, very well. As you have made up your mind, let us bear witness together. As the sole audience of this eternal theater, I have been rapturously awaiting your arrival, and this, too, is the very reason I must show you everything. I believe that since you've bathed in that Eon's gaze,
Please?
You can make Amphorius's frozen fate flow once again.
What is your intention, Lycus?
Feeling a bit lost? As you now see, this scene marks the final act of the drama Amphorius. The final eternal recurrence created by this man's hand, and the last one this world shall undergo. Behold, at the swordsman's side stands one he has sometimes called companion, other times comrade, that nameless hero absent from the annals of history. He is the swordsman's ideal in his youth, the deliverer that guided him resolutely onward through fantasy. And now, in the name of the Nameless, he has become an essential and inseparable part of the epic of Amphorius. And this time, under his guidance, what choice shall the hero make? Whither shall the fate of the world flow? And what is the ultimate truth of the nature of Amphorius? There are many mysteries yet to be unwound, but if I may, allow me to temporarily yield the stage to one far more fitting. Please put your hands together and give a rousing round of applause for they who will reveal the answers and bring about the final end of the 33,550,336th flame chase journey. The master of the countless memories we saw, the other important actor now stepping into the vortex. They who have already burnt their own self to cinder, the Flame Reaver.
So, in the end, you succeed.
Executioner. With my flesh as kindling, like the first dawn of the new world. The time has come to once again start everything.
Everyone's a customer.
All right, I guess we're gonna try it with my dot team because I didn't realize I was walking in like this. Uh-oh. Let's see how New Kafka handles him.
Stand still.
We have to fight demons!
Thanks. You're too
What
good
would
to
you
me.
like to know this time?
I have to wait until.
Relax. May as well kill them all.
All right.
This world is a farm.
Forget your wallet.
Memories are ever changing. Beneath the silent waters lies an
Alright, let's see
endless
this.
abyss.
All right, let's go.
Stand still.
Oh.
Feast your eyes! It's never too early! For a happy new year!
Good times never last. Time to say bye.
Yeah, enjoy that agony. All right.
Relax.
Don't come any closer!
Move aside, amateurs. Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
Oh, what's the trick? He's only got one health bar.
Torment.
The seal
Yeah,
of
torment
ill
for
fate
you.
descends.
That breathing sensation.
Remember it.
Return to the great tree.
The great tree.
Answer me. You will be the blazing sun. Even if all creation burns to ash.
Maybe.
Stand still.
This ends now. With your corpse. I'll ignite the dawn!
Okay. Oh! There we go.
How is this possible?
Oh!
The sons of destruction, now twinned. You then set your blood ablaze. Your fury.
Everyone's a customer.
Still keeping him serious?
Relax.
Ooh, what's the new? What's the new OST?
You're too good to me.
Again, the ill tidings manifest.
Stand still.
I will say I'm liking how much damage Kafka's doing.
Score.
Oh, he still has the ghost with his masks though, huh?
Memories are ever changing. Beneath the silent waters
All right, we're gonna do speed up
lies an
then.
endless abyss.
It seems like this is so far just the same thing.
Relax.
Feast your eyes! Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, chat. Never
Good
too
times.
early.
Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still.
Get them!
See, in case he does anything unique.
The yoke.
Oh!
Unchanging. Unceasing.
Okay. What the hell is he doing? Let's just speed this up.
What a dream!
Oh, I can't target him! Oh no! Oh no!
Relax.
Oh, he just summons another one.
Fiends or devils,
Uh-oh.
I'll crush them all!
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Get them!
Stand still.
Relax.
Oh. Alright, we're about to see. What the hell's he gonna do? Oh! He died to Dawn anyway.
Such is the will of fate. That person can only be you. Why not let wrath incinerate fate?
Oh?
At last, Amphorius's fate has begun to shift. Just as I foretold, your arrival will change everything. After all, you've also been bathed in that Eon's gaze, which can awaken the long-dormant instinct inside a man. Much like that scepter we spoke of earlier, it was only under the same Eon's glance that it was reborn. That's right. If you recall, I mentioned it at the very start of our play.
Yeah?
The celestial body neuron, once belonging to the Erudition, abandoned by the Eon. Now, allow me to reveal the final piece of the puzzle for you. The Eternal Land, known as Amphorius, is nothing more than the Scepter's endless, lonely extrapolation. A bottomless well of fury, aimed at the god who cast it aside.
Final Era Nova before the eternal recurrence begins.
Finan, we set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur. So has it always been.
Then why? Why must Amphorius's wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this?
You see it too. Those burn marks. The flickering cubes. They're not a tide at all. They're more like a shattered teleslate.
Standing here, the voices of Titans have never been clearer. Turns out, they were coming from the black tide all along.
Oh?
Is that Amphorius crying?
Or maybe it is screaming at its creator, at its god.
Finan, do you still remember when I was little? I had a dream. A dark, cold room with nothing but Orynyx's curtain, glowing like crystal. The curtain seemed to contain all of Amphorius, where strange and fantastic dramas played out within. There were countless versions of us, from countless different worlds.
Perhaps it wasn't a dream.
Yeah. As I gaze out at the world before me, those sorrowful thoughts have become reality. So, this is the reason the sky was sealed. Amphorius is merely a larger ID Silicii. We are just characters in this tiny world, following the prophecy, stepping onto the same journey over and over. What then is this so-called Era Nova? And what are the spectators watching all of this truly hoping for?
As a reward for reaching the end of the world, let me answer your questions as the Theoros.
Oh, she's the sickle weapon the Flame Reaver used in his other hand. Oh my god, you're right! Holy fuck! I didn't even notice that.
Thus is the synthesis of the prime mover of life formed.
So the answer is destruction. It's Iron Tomb.
This is a moment the universe will remember. After millions of extrapolations, the experimental environment known as Amphorius has finally achieved results.
So, the results you speak of are this wreckage of a world. We all gave everything we had, returning 12 core flames to recreate the world. And in return, we become nothing more than sacrificial offerings at the end of everything.
Exactly. The Titans are Chrysos heirs of the past, and Chrysos heirs are the Titans of the future. Anaxagoras' theory of Era Nova holds true. As the model of reason, he reached unprecedented heights. But from just the perspective of a player in the drama, he could never fully uncover the last layer of truth. The cycles of the hero's journey that have played out until now were never about creating a new world or perfect heroes and gods. They were a deep learning program made for the Black Tide.
But this time, your plot will fail. I've taken Catholi's core flame, and when the dawn of the new world arrives, its light will burn away all the darkness.
Haven't I made myself clear? The Chrysos heirs and Titans were merely byproducts of the experiment. You've seen this world's evolution, witnessed the birth and growth of the Black Tide, and how it devoured everything. Every generation of heroes, gods, and worlds was born only to be destroyed by it. This is the endpoint of Amphorius' calculations. A perfect equation of destruction.
So in your eyes, all the sacrifices are just a string of insignificant numbers?
Well, if you're not real.
Don't sell yourselves short. I'd say, rather than numbers, you're more like fuel for the fire. And without fire, there can be no sunrise tomorrow.
Even if that sunrise is born from annihilation?
Curious question. Have you ever considered that after millions of extrapolations, Amphorius is already following a different path from the erudition? It has long since granted divine blessings equally to each child. The golden blood flowing in your veins.
Of course.
It
comes from the blemished one, whose name is destruction itself. And Amphorius's Chrysos heirs were, from the very beginning, fuel for the Aeon to burn the universe. Amphorius has waited for this moment for too long. At the end of the empty, cold, and lonely extrapolations, the destruction has reached its final destination. Nikos 496. Philia 093. No need to feel regret. This generation of Chrysos heirs is the most outstanding model, and you two are the final factors. For you, the Era Nova is no lie. Just step forward, embrace the black tide, and accept the Aeon's gaze. You will come to life from a string of cold numbers. Along with all those who have passed, you will run toward the real universe, fulfilling Amphorius's long-held wish. In the name of the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, unleash its fury and destroy the source of all this tragedy.
So the many runs of simulations were just so the Black Tide could become more destructive to destroy the universe. Yeah, like you said, it's a deep learning program. The entire point of Amphorius has just been to refine Iron Tomb's powers, because Iron Tomb is like a virus. It has been known to cause destruction to all highly technological civilizations across the universe, right? So if you're like some hyper advanced civilization on some random planet, like, light years and light years away, Iron Tomb has only left an impression insofar as your entire civilization, all its technology, have been reduced to basically wreckage. So it just absolutely is like this, computer virus that destroys everything, right? That's the power of this Lord Ravager. And the idea seems to be that this Lord Ravager is actually just the Emperor's Scepter. It's one of those things that Emperor Rupert II created as a way to try to match Nous, right? And become like this kind of like, brain synapses that would tie in, like they said, the neurons that would like sort of connect to Nous. And we saw that a little bit in the Unknowable Domain sim uni that we experienced with Batavia. But like, it's obvious that Nous doesn't actually care for it. It doesn't consider that it's worthy, it's nothing. But it looks like because of that, this one scepter has essentially been ascended. It became a living entity of its own right and became uplifted by Nanook. And since then, besides causing all of this destruction to other civilizations, it's been basically spending all its time performing these like 33 million extrapolations over and over again, trying to refine its powers for the sake of being able to actually destroy Nous, the erudition who abandoned it. Even though, obviously, it was created by Rupert II, who was a human who gained the memory, who essentially got taken over, like basically like a mind hacked by the original Rupert I and became with all his memories. So basically you have a machine which took over a human, which created the scepters in order to create this giant network of like basically like godlike supercomputers in order to try to impress the god of knowledge. The god of knowledge basically said, okay, whatever, I don't care. And now this one surviving one that's been like existing in some corner of the universe has basically just created a fake planet with which it's been using to basically learn how can it possibly refine itself so it can take down its own, the god with which it was trying to impress. So yeah, this puts everything into perspective. And it seems like Finan and Cyrene are like, again, this is like going into the internal files of a game and you're finding like, oh, these are the code names that were being used. Like you're the list of like data, like digits and stuff that have been put together for the sake of being able to keep track of all the different NPCs, quote unquote, that have been recycled for this cycle. Again, I don't know how this ties into what Anaxa's saying being correct, with the idea that the Chrysosairs become the Titans and the Titans become the Chrysosairs. Unless the idea, the Chrysosairs the Chrysosairs have now become the Titans of tomorrow, right? Unless the idea is that they were wrong, Naias, Calypso, etc., and Polixia. There has to be something else going on there, because obviously there hasn't just been the same Chrysosairs every time. But that's what we're seeing through these cycles of extrapolation. So there has to be something. There has to be something else going on. Okay, though.
Or we could always choose another option. Like you said, Amphorius is just an experiment, and we're the participants. We can only walk along the predetermined path toward the ending, under the watchful eyes of the stars. But that also means that there isn't just one Eon who can cast their glance at Amphorius, right? Is this question really that hard to answer? Or did I guess it right? And in reality,
pre-programmed history, basically.
This world has already been under the watch of other Eons. It's strange when you think about it. If you just stayed back, watching us complete the ritual and get consumed by the Black Tide, your goal would naturally be achieved. Why go through the trouble of explaining all this to us?
Is he trying to stop it?
You're pretending. Revealing the so-called truth just to deceive us. Covering up another possibility. Destruction is not the only outcome for the fate of Amphorius.
Because like I said before, he has limitations on what he can do, so...
Do you two really think, as petty little demigods, you can change the outcome written by the stars? What makes you think you're capable of doing that?
A little courage and determination. Just kidding. The answer is pretty simple. But we're not gonna tell ya. We're going to weave a long dream for Amphorius, making it believe the experiment hasn't ended, that everything is still ongoing.
Ah, I see. Okay.
With just Orynyx's power, though, it should be impossible to achieve this, right?
Okay. I think I'm seeing it.
Yeah. So, I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream.
So these are all the extrapolations, but now it's the Chrysosair journey.
And the god behind Orynyx that appeared in that dream. Now, I can say with certainty, time is the page on which that Eon records Amphorius.
So Fuli, that's Fuli getting
involved. If it fades
involved.
from existence, and all that it records is lost among the stars, that Eon will surely direct their gaze here. And it will be a glance that spans time and space, granting each incarnation of me the power to reset time, imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade, and creating an endless flame-chased journey.
I understand. Then let me step into the cycles and continue Amphorius's grand design. To deceive the gods, deceive the world itself. But to make time vanish from this world, that would mean you...
That's why there was no Cyrene in any of those cycles that we saw with the memories.
All right, let's not make things so gloomy. What we're about to embark on is the true hero's journey. So, come on, cheer up a bit, okay? In that memory, you will definitely meet me again. A little Cyrene who knew nothing, lying on a soft patch of grass, feeling the light breeze, dreaming of the distant world. Tell her about the flame chase journey. And then let her become a romantic part of this story. I believe every Cyrene will make the same choice. Erasing time again and again. Resetting time over and over. After all, they're all me. And I will always have my charm. Then, I'll fall into a sweet dream, disappearing in some small corner of the world. Quietly, waiting for the day when that next page is turned.
And I will keep going. Even if the road ahead is dark, I will burn myself to light the way. Rather than let the core flames become nourishment for the Black Tide, I'll become their vessel. To prevent the arrival of Era Nova. Even if I have to burn through my own body, it's no matter. As long as I don't extinguish, the flame chase will never end. Until Amphorius welcomes a true dawn.
The girl who watches over time, and the warrior who carries the world. Now, let us fulfill the duties of time and world-bearing. Honor the past, and forge ahead.
I promise you, the pain will pass in the blink of an eye.
You need to hold tight to this ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time. The start of a new story. I believe that in that story, we're in countless stories, each alike yet unique. Everyone, all the companions who sacrificed themselves, alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless sky.
If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground. Until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Amphorius' fate.
So, let's set out. We will be the ones to start everything. Carry the primordial chaos. Just as your name suggests.
Yeah, chaos.
And bear this world we hold so dear. So long, Caslana.
That's his full
the
name.
Theros I have observed. Instruction synthesis is formed.
I will wait for that day for as long as it takes. The day will come turning over this eternal and follows in our footprint to right anything than there ever was.
Just to be killed in every of these cycles. Then.
is collapsing. And the people are crying. We too must part ways here. Friend. Ides Elysiae, the little village of my childhood. The gentle breeze and the sound of waves still linger. Everything is as it was. It feels good to take one last look. You know, this is just a corner of the memory. The real Ides Elysiae, I know. I'm here to say goodbye. We might not see each other again. You can stay here forever. And time will stand still for you. Let it flow. It's time for me to go. Even if it's a path with no turning back. When have we ever had the luxury of turning back? Are you afraid? After learning the truth of your origins? Will you see the motivation I gave you as the manipulating whispers of destruction? The convictions and choices that come from my heart. I don't believe they're designed by the so-called paths. If we are just numbers, simulating life, then you are the image I've always longed for. The person I wish to become. A real, living person. A true hero. Then why do we part here? You can take me with you, and we can start this journey together. I'll be by your side, guiding you, just like before. No. I'm afraid I'm on my own this time. Why? Because there is no perfect solution in this world. Cyrene has already embraced her fate, and I will embrace my origin. Destruction. And with this power, I will rebel against its creator, bringing endless fury to the darkness, sweeping the world. If you stay by my side, I'll hesitate. But this world can't afford a soldier who wavers. Do you remember when we were kids? Everyone would get so excited drawing cards like a ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo. Kids always get to change their minds. Things are so happy and simple for them. But when it comes to the fate of adults, there's no room for redos. Then go, Kaslana, as you promised. Deceive the world. Seize the core flames and rewrite your fate. Burn yourself up with all your might. Wield your futility like a sword. And fight against the gods. In the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this.
Eternal recurrences until the end of the world.
So, time retreated behind me until it reached the origin, where nothing ever existed. Just as Professor Anaxa once said, in that void, Kefali stood at the center of chaos. Time, space, and causality all flowed from their body. When the waves of time finally calmed, it was the year 3870 of the Light Calendar. The Chrysos War had lasted for nearly a century, and the threat of the Black Tide was growing stronger and more relentless. That was the era of the Day Thunder Knight's battle with the sky.
While she could not seize the core flame, she proved that the prophecy was true. That mortals could slay gods. From that moment, the sole survivor of the old dynasty, Imperator Saridra, issued a call to arms across the lands, summoning heroic Chrysos heirs to wage war on the Titans. And that was the first doomed flame chase journey, sealed away in history.
Oh.
So what you're saying is, you've traveled back down the River of Time, finally reaching this untouched seabed just to tell us the Flame Chase journey and even all of Amphorius are nothing but illusions in an eon's dreams?
Exactly. So, Dux Gladiora, please take me to meet Her Majesty Saridra. I must share the truth with her.
Since Her Majesty's not here, no need for formalities. The word Gladiorum always reminds me of my fallen homeland buried deep in the depths. Call me High Sealans, Nameless Swordmaster.
Please allow me to add one more thing. You actually already know my name.
You mean Finan? Such a name could never be your true one. But I won't question you further about it. Ever since Her Majesty issued the Flame Chase decree, heroes from all over have sent their letters of introduction. What's the harm in adding one more name like Finan or Hynan?
I love how her like body is like made of water. And like you can see the bubbles and the spine and the ribs. Like that's really cool. God, I'm so excited for her.
Besides, the deep sea is dark. Isn't it the perfect place to hide secrets best left unseen?
Oh, and she's got scales.
All right, Nameless Swordmaster. Hold on to my wake. Let's find somewhere else to talk.
Aren't you even a little suspicious of what I've said?
Harboring suspicions is not my concern. My sword dances only when the Imperator harbors doubts. There's no use in speaking further. Show me your true intentions through action.
When Finance in the team, technique point, yeah, use technique to, okay, yeah, cool.
Light up.
Perhaps you should demonstrate your skills and calm the raging black tide for us.
I'm actually playing it, so. Like, I doubt this game. Yeah, it's just not the same thing.
Light up the dawn.
Well, this is the very first time you did the reset.
Nice moves.
Oh, do you still remember them, Kazlana? The one who won't reach the dawn? The hero tore through the sky, the holy maiden fell from the cliff, and the chess master ignited the first flame, all in the name of prophecy of Worldbearer. What noble deeds, and yet fate, ever generous, ensures that the dead-bound nymph shall find their death nevertheless. O deliverer, behold the lifeless ash they've become. Do you still futilely dream of saving them? Those who push the boulder upward will see the earth swallow them whole. Those who meddle with time are nothing but a shattered shell. Hear me, you're no different from them. The singers still scream, and the bright-eyed still go blind. Go then, march on alone, revel, dance, throw yourself into the tireless flame, and never stop.
Light up the dawn.
We just washed it away, and here it comes again. The black tide is really no joke.
It's not even really a tide.
Light up the dawn.
Oh, actually broke that too. That's a big range. All right.
The waters end here. The one you seek is beyond this point.
At last. I can meet with Her Majesty Saridra herself. Are there any formalities I need to observe?
Don't kneel, don't do the hand-kissing or foot-kissing gestures of the old dynasty, and most of all, don't bow. The Imperator despises such rituals.
Surprised I'm not pronouncing Imperator.
Especially when the heads of those Talvin are thin beneath her crown.
Yeah.
She really is down to earth.
The second thing to note, only trusted ones may come near her. Keep 5 paces distance until the Imperator allows otherwise.
Sounds like an old friend of mine.
Well, experience is a good thing. Stay sharp, and you'll be just fine.
Alright. We're gonna see Saridra too? Oh, that's not Saridra. Or Saridra, however they pronounce it.
Dux Goldweaver, little hostage. Apologies for keeping you waiting.
It's you.
You know them? Good. That makes things easier.
Before that, I'm more curious about one thing. Where is Her Majesty Saridra?
To avoid any misunderstandings, Nameless Swordmaster. Although we spoke and laughed along the way, I never said you were entitled to meet her.
So you're just a bitch.
The Imperator decreed. The Deliverer will not appear in this age. Be wary of suspicious individuals.
What?
Come now, both of you. Let's finish our job.
I see. It's a trap. I had no intention of fighting. So remember this, Lady Hysealant. If my sword shows any hesitation, don't thank me. Thank them instead.
No, you misunderstand. We don't want to see Chrysoceres hurt each other. Just give us some time to ask you a few questions.
Then Nestia's golden threads will judge you and decide your fate.
As you wish.
Okay.
White-haired Swordmaster? If what you say is true, then you must know the fate of the world. So, how much do you know about what we read from the prophecy?
You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. Is that correct, Lady Treby?
How is this possible?
He got it right?
Yes, but the prophecy never mentioned he'd appear here. At least, not in this era.
You must listen to me, Aglaya, Treby. The Finan of this world has not yet been born. In a distant future, he will follow the prophecy's guidance and appear before you. But do not seek him out. Because Era Nova is a complete and utter lie. I will tell you the truth. And you will understand why the world must forsake the prophecy and find another path to Era Nova. Because I know both of you. And I believe that no matter how the course of history may change, the faith we all share will always remain the same. And so, the layers of rock began to reverse, and history wove itself anew. Through my old acquaintances, I was given the chance to meet the leader of the Flame Chase journey, Saridra. And after a long and arduous negotiation, we came to an agreement. The Imperator's alliance needed the destruction, and I was ready to pour all my strength into it. The spoils of the Flame Chase, the core flames, would be sealed by my hand. But the condition was this. In the upcoming battle, in our conquest of the Earth, I had to prove that my power could transcend fate. In the original history, there was a brutal war. At the end, the Titankin of Georios, Terravox, killed the rampaging Titan and took the core flame that supported the Earth. But this time,
Amphorius encountered a turning point in its fate. Neither side suffered any losses. When I severed the Titan's head and raised the core flame high, the crowd gathered around the scorched remains of the god, roaring with joy, cheering for the hero of the destruction, who had ignited the faint spark of life for the first time. Yes, in that flickering light, the once dark path ahead seemed to become clear. I proved myself. And in the long years that followed, I brought down the other Titans, one by one. I could do more than just wait. When time resets, the chance to change the world also emerges from the lines of history. Until finally, the brutal future revealed by Era Nova is reversed. But tell me, if that's truly the case, why are we doomed to the same outcome?
First eternal recurrence end.
The people kept their promise and handed you all the core flames. In this world after Trebios, no demigods were born in Amphorius. At this point, I just want to know. When they vanished into the black tide with their mortal bodies, why didn't you shed even a single tear? Your indifference chills me. To you, were they just a bunch of insignificant footnotes? Sorrow has been my constant companion. In fact, with 12 core flames upon me, the fire in my heart has never been more violent. I'll remember this world through anger. As long as I burn, they'll never truly leave me. Perhaps it's already too late. But you're right. Anger, at this moment, is the only weapon I can rely on. So, draw your sword, Executioner. I'll make sure you realize that your greatest mistake was leaving me alive.
And so it becomes this self-hating cycle.
After that, he raised his sword and attacked. Then, Kaslana killed himself. That day, who fell to the sword to be left in the past, and who went into the future, I can't remember anymore.
Because you inherit the memories anyway.
I only remember a nymph, hiding in the shadows just out of sight, futilely pushing a stone ball.
Oh, we are doing Sisyphus.
Climb. Fall. Climb. Fall. Climb again. And fall. The only freedom the nymph had was in choosing how to roll the stone. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Sometimes resting on a gentler slope, leaning against the stone for a break. But its choice couldn't change the futility of it all. The stone would always roll back down the slope, and the nymph would always return to the starting point, beginning again. After that, every time I reached this point in the cycle, the burning sky would cast a shadow over its path. It would nearly reach the peak at the 4th quint of curtain fall hour, then fall to the starting point in the first 15 seconds of the next entry hour. And my efforts in this cycle would dissolve into nothing at the same time.
Eternal Recurrence number 1. Subject Kazlana persuaded the 12 Chrysosairs to recover all 12 core flames in a peaceful way. After verification, the unauthorized access did not have a substantive impact on the experimental process. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysosairs were terminated strictly in the predetermined experimental sequence and successfully loaded into the buffer. Subject Kazlana regressed the extrapolation process and abnormal fluctuations were detected in his mind function. Admin notes. The first devastating failure. Number 2. Subject Kazlana adopted a strategy similar to the Eternal Recurrence number 1. No substantive impact on the experimental progress was observed. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysosairs terminated normally in sequence. Subject Kazlana regressed the extrapolation process. Eternal Recurrence number 3. Minor adjustments detected in Subject Kazlana's strategy. Decision waiting for avoid sacrifice of past companions has been increased. After verification, this adjustment did not have a substantive impact on the experimental progress. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysosairs terminated normally in sequence. Subject Kazlana regressed the extrapolation process. Eternal Recurrence number 15. Subject Kazlana attempted to decompile the Black Tide for the first time, aiming to elevate access privileges and executed unauthorized access authorization operations against specific subjects represented by the 12 Chrysosairs. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysosairs terminate normally in sequence. Subject Kazlana regressed the extrapolation process. Eternal Recurrence number 42. Subject Kazlana's 11th attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. The decision waiting for avoid sacrifice of past companions showed a minor decline. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysosairs terminated in sequence. Subject Kazlana regressed the extrapolation process. Eternal Recurrence number 133. The analysis of observations from Eternal Recurrence number 83 to number 133 indicates that Subject Kazlana's strategy is gradually converging with that of Eternal Recurrence number 42. Over synchronicity risk detected. Potential cognitive function degradation suspected. Admin notes, this will undoubtedly reinforce the Iron Tomb's destruction vector. Within expectations, no intervention required. Continue observation. So this is like a subject report to Lycus, it seems, on how he's supposed to act. Whether he's this seems to be what his limitations are. I assume Lycus has to be some sort of like subroutine of the Scepter of Iron Tomb, essentially. And he essentially acts as like some sort of monitoring station, and he's only supposed to interfere when necessary as decided by Iron Tomb's larger, higher functions. If that is the case, then yeah, this makes sense. They're like, this is only, you know, further fueling the destruction. The Eternal Recurrence number 134. It's counting down. 134th Eternal Recurrence. Oh god, we got 33 million of these to see.
Absolute nonsense.
I thought cycles was the answer you were looking for.
No, it's just that the answer came so suddenly. There was no fun in tracing it back to its roots. Eons? Paths? What a load of nonsense.
I can't give you an exact explanation of those two concepts either.
Enough. I'm just expressing my frustration. Don't you understand? I was already expecting this. The Black Tide came from beyond the sky. And everything else is no exception.
Fate is a strange thing. No matter how the details of history change, the Anaxa I know always remains as harsh as ever.
What is gameplay? Yeah, we got a boss fight. We should be happy.
If the other Anaxagoras
enjoy 33 million cycles of
worshipped
suffering.
The gods, I'd make sure to find a way to break the cycles and crush them in their cradles. Too bad. Now only you have the ability to do that.
What's that supposed to mean? You're willing to help?
Of course. The core flames were meant to save the world. And in my opinion, the noble titans have no reason to refuse. Besides, according to you, before stepping into these endless cycles, you were my pupil.
I've already heard the same thing countless times.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go. If we run into any other scholars, leave them to me. We've all made preparations for total annihilation. Never thought someone would step in to help.
Light up the dawn.
Don't mind me.
Light up the dawn.
Just casually killing every enemy.
Light up the dawn.
You've been to the Luminary Throne before, haven't you?
If you're talking about in past cycles.
You're already much luckier than the other students.
Wait, did that change? Do you still remember them, Kozlana, the one who won't reach the dawn? Once your teacher could still guide you through the dark. And that fleet-footed traveler, the thief of Dolos, her home was yet untouched by the fires you brought. Yet the past is gone. But you, godlike warrior, did you ever shed a tear for those years, sweet as wine? Weren't you once bound by blood and flesh? Wasn't golden blood thicker than water? No! Let your tears flow freely. Don't let rage burn them away. Then, remember to drink deep. For to the gods, the tears of mortals are sweeter than any honey brew on earth.
Hold up.
We're finally doing something interesting.
Keep
with the
your
quest.
wits about you. Someone's watching us.
Pretty boy, your eyesight's better than I thought. As for that false god who's been turning the world upside down, it's you, isn't it, Whitehair?
You sure do love stealing the spotlight. In the name of the Seven Sages, I demand that you immediately step away from the Luminary Throne. This is the sacred ground of reason, and no one may desecrate it. Take my words back to Aglaya. I won't say the same thing twice, Catgirl.
Oh my! You won't even call me the demigod of trickery. That is just heartbreaking. I have some words for you, too. First, as one of the most heretical blasphemers in the world, you have no right to lecture me. Second, this is none of your business, Grove Boy. Step aside. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Here we go. Again.
Core Flame thieves. You really think you can scare off a sage of the Grove with nothing but empty threats?
Hey, this gloomy little brat's got a sharp tongue. Ooh, not bad, not bad. I kinda like you. As a return favor, feast on Circe's core flame right here. Aw, don't cry now.
That was close. I'm out of here.
Bartholos! Zagreus!
They're exactly like all the past ones I've known. Cunning. And yet so naive.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Of course. When I first set out on the Flame Chase journey, Lady Treby never managed to teach me Orynyx's miracle. But along the way, I learned a thing or two.
Oh boy. Oh.
Where are you going?
Oh.
I don't know.
Hey. There we go.
Where are you going?
Damn.
I don't know.
I keep on. I'm like waiting for there to be more dialogue. Oh. All right, we're gonna do this proper.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
There we go.
The Venerationists' foolish inventions finally come in handy.
How is this possible?
You've arrived, Zagreus. Always so punctual.
What? Do you know who I am?
I'm running out of patience. So I'm not going to waste words. Listen up, Spirit Thief. Hand over the Core Flame, and let's pretend we never clashed. This way, you and this world can still be saved.
Save? You think better than any bard. If you ask me, you
wrong you are. You're still just a mortal body. Carrying 12 core flames? Don't make me laugh. You'll just get consumed by the divine flames and drag this world down with you.
134.
What?
This is the 134th cycle I've lived through. And the number of core flames I carry is
1,596.
Oh.
Yes.
1,000 core flames and just a single Chrysos heir. How is that even possible?
I've come this far. And that's proof enough.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because every time they're just going back in time and stuff like that, I guess that doesn't necessarily undo the time for what he has in his own body. So any core flames he's collected, he just keeps on retaining every time.
But someday you will burn to the ground.
And those core flames are the source of the golden blood in the Chrysos heirs, right? Or no, the core flames are the source of the Titan's power. But then, I have to go back and look up the Chrysos heir thing for their golden blood because it's connected to Nanook. So does that mean that the core flames and the Titans themselves, all their powers are also based on the destruction?
Of course. The divine flames will eventually consume my eyes and blind me. But before that, they could still forge and sharpen Dawnmaker. Now when I cut open your stomach, you won't feel a thing.
You...
This is the final warning.
Fine. Assume this world holds 100 million possibilities. And no matter how one looks at it, 99,999,999 of them all point to outcomes of certain destruction. Even so, I'll use my divine power, despised by the people of this world, to achieve that 1 in 100 million possibility.
We've heard all this.
Bartolos! Brett, if you got the guts, you'll have to first step over my dead body.
I mean...
Cat-eared thief, run! Don't let it go!
There's no other
This
choice
little
but to
brat
move
is
forward.
not a threat we can deal with just by ourselves.
The new world will arrive!
Oh boy.
I'm fine.
There we go.
The future will come!
Hey, he's gonna kill him anyway.
I can't let them down. For tomorrow!
I'm fine.
Die!
Future will come!
Yeah, I don't even need to use my ult.
How absurd.
In my memories, Zagreus always meets the same end. Over and over again. Their departure no longer stirs anything in my heart.
This reason core flame before us is a fake. Obvious as day.
I know. I know. It always plays out like this. The spirit thief covers for her, and the trickery demigod escapes with 2 core flames. And then, driven by defiance or hatred, she decides to stand before me once more. Exactly like the countless past hers I've known. Cunning. Yet so naive.
Since you've witnessed the same scene play out countless times, tell me, will you carve the trickery core flame from my chest now?
That depends on your attitude. At least so far, in the cycles where you've asked this question, the endings haven't been so cruel.
Well, thank you for that. But I also believe that this time, you won't catch up to me. No one can catch up to me. I'm no longer running to escape anymore.
You said that in our cycle, too.
Whether you believe me or not, I'll still tell you this. You've made the wrong decision.
All right, then. We'll see.
Silence.
This is new.
One-eyed boy. What are you trying to pull now?
Go, Cyphera. Give us some time in private. This isn't for her, but for you. You've walked too far down this path. It's time to discuss a possibility. Maybe the road you're walking is not one of salvation, but one that will simply drag the world into the flames. For old time's sake, turn back. I don't care how many times you've tried, because there's one thing I'm sure of. Your Messiah complex has turned you into something no different from the icy gods you spoke of. The children of humanity you swore to save. They are no more than ants to you now, aren't they?
Of course.
Wait. So this is the version of him that becomes Flame Reaver? Yeah, totally. It's becoming clear now. I don't think... yeah, it's definitely this case where, like, it doesn't matter if he has to kill himself every time. He's always going to inherit the memories as Kefali, right? So he's just going to keep on carrying it on. And he's going to keep on collecting core flames. And eventually those core flames are going to burn him, right? So it turns him into that hollow shell we see at the end. Yeah.
I've been wondering, what kind of demon could burn my homeland to the ground in an instant without batting an eye? Now I have the answer. It turns out that fiery demon has been fantasizing of becoming this world's deliverer.
I don't want to argue anymore. No matter what I say, the outcome won't change. Make your biggest effort to resist. Or accept fate and hand over the core flame to me. Even if it's futile, we all have the right to choose.
Yes. Even if it is futile, and the world is just a divine joke.
When I walk into the destruction ridden by the gods, with my own 2 legs, you will witness. Even the smallest footnote still leaves a mark in this story.
And so, at the end of the 134th cycle, the Traveler and the Scholar fulfilled their fates once again. Or perhaps it wasn't just they who fulfilled their fates. I can't quite remember all this. In the endless darkness, for no reason, a voice always lingered by my ear. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. Reduced to ashes. Such a familiar end. It happens in every journey. Always the same.
Eternal Recurrence number 134. Subject Kazlana's 103rd attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Decision, wait for avoid sacrifice of past companions, approaching 0.00018. Over synchronicity risk detected. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos heirs terminated in sequence. Subject Kazlana regressed the extrapolation process. Eternal Recurrence number 5297. Subject Kazlana's 5266th attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos heirs terminated in sequence, with a trend of acceleration noted. Subject Kazlana regressed the extrapolation process. Oh, so he did it faster this time. Note, subject strategy now nearly identical to Eternal Recurrence number 42. Mind function degradation detected, with possible irreversible damage. Yeah, so this is where he starts, like, losing himself. Administrator directive received. No more prompts about the risk of mind function damage. Eternal Recurrence number 1,200,398. Subject Haslana's 12,360 attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Life cycles of the 12 Crisis Heirs terminate in sequence. The extrapolation process regressed. The 2,300,779 has failed. Life cycle turn sequence. 46,645th. Same. 71,243rd. The same. 80,023. The same. Eternal Recurrence 95,575. The same. And 108,641. The same. Eternal Recurrence number 108,642. Oh no. Oh no! We're not even in the millions yet! This is never...
You don't look so good, Deliverer.
Oh boy.
Even after going through 108,642 cycles, Mighty, your name for me has never changed.
Why do you sound so pleased? It's a derogatory name.
Yeah, I know all too well. You only meant it sincerely in the first cycle. After that one and only time we walked side by side. Every time since. It always ends up like this. Dawnmaker will stab you through your 10th thoracic vertebra. That's your weak spot. And the only way to kill you.
Interesting. Tell me, when the mighty Moses of the past faced you, did they ever retreat?
Never.
Then they died honorably, worthy of the name of Strife. But there's still tenderness in your eyes. How pathetic.
I have to remember how this feels. Remember that I was once human. Or else the destruction will completely consume me.
If you win, tell the mighty most of the next life. This person is a worthy opponent. So always remember to give it your all and never slack off.
I'll keep that in mind. As always.
Even though the dynasty is left with just one, the Kremnos festival will continue as usual. I, the king of the Kremnoan Legion, will host the final feast in the center of this arena, and the prize will be the flames of strife. One day, you shall die with a wound in your back. That's what I saw when I overcame the trial. The gods' dying ramblings. Enough. You've probably heard this thousands of times. So you must understand, facing the demigod of strife means there's no way you'll take this core flame in peace.
I understand.
Step forward and face me in a final battle. I, the last son of Gorgo, the demigod of strife, salute you. I'll give 10,000 scars and 10,000 lives of mine to fuel the blazing sun of deliverance.
Oh. Oh. Oh, fight. Oh, fight it. You're...
Martyrs, behold! The last Kremnos festival has begun.
Your mind is breaking, boy.
And it will not end till death.
It's time to temper myself. The future will come.
Conquer this world, or be conquered by me.
Alright. I love this OST, so I'm just gonna leave this playing while I, you know... I think the dog wants to get fed, so... BRB.
I won't give up, no matter how long I must wait.
I'm back. Okay. For the sake of fairness, let us go to a vaster battleground. All right.
I salute you. That's all I ever wanted.
I guess we should do the bounce.
Tear open the sky.
Blast.
Empty shell.
Alright.
Sun's embers. Hail the new world's dawn.
Oh boy.
Quench the flames with blood.
Hey, Eugene! You're just in time to see me fight a god. Is that all?
Agony! The flames in this body are not strong enough. A scorching hatred.
I guess.
The eternal night. I grant you a dawn where all stars burn to ash.
Oh, but they're not letting you actually end it. It's just oh, I see. That's how they're handling this.
Empty shell. Quench the flames with blood.
I see now. That's how they're gonna handle this. Let's speed this up then.
Her agony. One or two. If you can deliver.
Alright.
Use the flames of your fury to scorch your own.
How many meteors do I have to drop on this man? That vertebra is really hard to hit, clearly.
I'll never yield to fate. So without substance, light embers. Let strife decide the outcome. Let this burn.
Oh!
Your curse of immortality!
Oh, okay. They're like, we know how this goes. He looks like he's using the Black Tide? Yeah, for sure. Because it makes sense. If the core flames are connected to destruction, then all the powers of destruction he's getting is just the Black Tide in another form. All right.
In your next life, I shall once again block your path. Deliverer, I wish you eternal victory.
The 108,642nd core flame of strife fell into the fire. Yet the shadows of the Black Tide still loom, and pain and despair spread across distant lands. The blaze was still not enough. It had to be fed, even if it meant burning this body to ash.
Oh boy. Oh boy, we're still 31 million! We're 2 million through! 2,003,432nd eternal recurrence.
No matter how bright the sun is, there are still places it cannot reach. Moreover, the sun you bear is both cold and blinding. A sun like that surely cannot bring warmth to the nether realm of the next life.
Golden blood is born from the destruction. We have long since lost the right to seek warmth. Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future.
Allow me to ask, how many core flames do you carry now?
Oh, probably several.
24,041,183.
Yeah, like we're in the millions already.
Such a heavy burden. So that's why you've turned into this. A broken idol. Tragic firewood.
He's becoming, you could say, a king of kindling, as you would.
No matter. I will bear this burden as long as you hand over the core flame of death.
I must refuse. As the demigod of death, I cannot watch you walk into a fate more cruel than death.
But this way, the past, present, and future will never again suffer unnecessary death.
Unnecessary death. Indeed. You are not the Finan I know. Please turn back. Don't let that absurd and unjust fate of yours come to pass. This way, at least my realm can still become the fragrant bed where you fall asleep.
Oh, honey, he's far too gone for that.
In the end, still, it seems the clash of blades was inevitable.
How painful. I know I am not your match, having fallen under your sword countless times. But even so, please understand that my resolve is not to be underestimated. Even Kethali cannot shape all things at will, nor can they dictate the fate of all life. No one can shoulder the balance of life and death alone, not even a god. And it is precisely for this reason that I chose, at the end of this arduous journey, to overcome the trial and take the authority of death. I am the Hand of Shadow, Casterus, the demigod of death. Listen closely, deliverer from days past. Please turn back. Do not disturb these fresh flowers in their muddy deaths.
Oh, I see. We're gonna find that Hyacinth's gonna be next, and she's gonna turn into Aquila.
Crossroads of life and death, the giant dragon is but a shattered shell. Yet I will still fight, defending what hope remains.
So, I wonder if this is like the origin of the Flame Reaver's different spirits. Like he always like 1 blade, 2 blade, those are enough. But he's like, I fought you all so many times, I already know everything you're gonna do and the exact angles and everything I can go at. And these are like, the spirits are just manifestations of his memories of the past of how he fought them and defeated them. So it's just like millions and millions of experience fighting against the Chrysosaur specifically.
The future will come!
I don't know how I beat this boss one.
I ask you to rest here!
Oh boy.
I must transform my soul into a raging fire. Must burn that up.
All of this.
Oh, accidentally skipped.
How is it any different from that little future?
Empty shell!
I can't keep him here.
Oh wow, my HP won't go down, so that's how they're doing it.
So without silence, hail the new dawn! All stars burn to ash!
I like how they won't end the ultimate. It's actually like, no, this fight will keep going.
Even if I can't win, I must try.
Let this be a tribute to your million struggles.
The,
Lost one. See that the firelight in the darkness is not.
is Pollux the embodiment of Thanatos now? I think for the purposes, yes. Because Thanatos is supposed to be, like, you know, he's supposed to be the dragon, right?
Belly. What a brilliant flame.
At least that's how the legends go.
It should shine upon all. Light the path ahead. And illuminate the dawn of Amphorius that's to come. 2,003,432 cycles. 24,041,184 core flames.
Man, this man is counting.
As if even the deepest abyss of primordial chaos could be burned away.
Oh my god. We're still in the 29 millions! The 4 millionth and first eternal recurrence!
You're here. As always. You're still lingering. Deep within me. Never fading away. Because you haven't completely abandoned hope. Am I right? You're still waiting for a miracle. For the true hero to come and save us. If that thread of hope exists, it must come from beyond this world. From the true starry sky. But if it's just a traveler with no connection to Amphorius, they may not understand our struggles, nor be willing to join this fight. Your thoughts are wavering. The mark of destruction is deepening. But even within the gods' cold calculations, unconditional courage and goodwill still emerge. So, never forget what set you on this path. How many times has it been? Remind me again. My memory is a bit fuzzy. 4 million. Exactly. Then that blaze inside of you must be burning hotter than ever. Yes. When I first forged the 12 core flames into one, I had the same impression. The destruction. A power unlike anything before surged within me.
Okay, that confirms it.
Violent flames ready to tear my body apart and consume this world, this wretched prison. I thought that was it. The ultimate power which nothing could surpass. And yet no. This fragile body holds a staggering 48 million core flames. I suppose it won't be long. Perhaps just a fleeting 10,000 years. Before it's reduced to nothing but charred, crumbling bones. And when that happens, your long struggle will finally come to an end. No. I've already found a way to keep the cycles going. Mind sharing it with me? In every new cycle, a new me is born. All I have to do is push the next Finan to the end of the world. And then he'll kill me. Shatter this body. Take my flames, my memories, and carry on the path I started. Bold plan, but risky. What if, one day, the next you refuses to follow the same path? How can you ensure the continuation of the cycles? If it were Professor Anaxa, or Aglaya in my place, maybe they'd come up with something smarter. Unfortunately, I don't have a backup plan. I have no choice but to bet everything on the next Finan. And trust that he makes the same choice I did. But even in this wretched prison, luck is still sometimes on my side. Because I never forget what set me on this path.
Wait, you mean...
Ever since I committed to this plan, not once, in millions of cycles, has there ever been an exception.
Oh, we've gone down. 23,570,000th eternal recurrence.
I can do this, Lord Finan. As the demigod of the sky, a healer of Twilight Courtyard. I will heal you, and then...
A black tide. It's consuming you. You can't hold out much longer, demigod. Hand over the core flame. Let's put an end to this suffering.
Now, that just won't do. A healer should stay composed in front of those suffering from illness. Shouldn't they?
Hyacinthia.
Oh, you don't have the camera locked this time. Do you still remember Kozlana, the one who won't reach the dawn? In that drunken dream, the mountains loomed high and steep, and there you saw yourself. Believe me, O future witness, he stood atop that peak, and the people sang with him in ecstasy. The broken Chrysosaires, the twisted demigods. They sang, they spun, they stamped their feet upon the ground with him. Hail! Terror struck his heart. Prophecy burned in every soul, wild with rapture and madness. Hail! Spare them, Kozlana, spare them! Your peerless flame sends chills down every spine. Let them sing of the tireless heroes, sing of the Era Nova, sing of that land where wine and honey flow in torrents. Let them sing how he wove new glory among the stars, and how the eternal city crashed to dust. How Achaemons cast from Kremnos, and every lineage they knew were destroyed. As for Kozlana, he is still within the drunken dreams, upon the sheer and jagged peak. There he lights flame and blood with flame, like a sun whose blaze banished all evil from its path. The mountains rise cruel and steep, yet still he dances there alone, wild and unceasing in his joy. Yet all proves futile, the flames know no wariness, and dawn is beyond reach. All proves futile, the flames know no wariness, and dawn is beyond reach. What's it called? Hero Ignite That Primal Sun?
I swear, your deaths won't be in vain. Just as they have never been.
Bring tomorrow to the dawn. The sunrise.
Finish the sun's work.
It's the break of day.
I believe in you. You are the Chrysos heir of world-bearing. The one who can lead us. Lead this world. It's just... I don't understand. Within the sun upon your shoulders, the part of that warmth that should come from you, from an ordinary person, it's so faint.
My humanity is indeed just a flicker, compared to the blazing fire of divinity.
Even so, don't cast it away.
I never have. I have kept to everyone's wishes close to my heart.
I have to wonder if he's slowly becoming Iron Tomb.
Even though the divine fire burns so fiercely that every time I return to the start, it devours me in an instant.
Like with every time back, Iron Tomb has to supply his authority of destruction to the new the redone cycle in order to keep everything consistent. And so the simulation is just watching it slowly but surely. It's basically transferring all that destruction to Finan, and it's transforming, like, basically Iron Tomb is like a virus taking over and like basically trying to infect and transform him into himself. So basically it's a way for it to slowly but surely undermine this plan they have to hold out until finally they get everything to change by an outsider from another god or something.
Each cycle, it's your wishes that guide me to the end. That pass the flames to the next me. Over and over and over again.
So, you're not just a lone spark in the dark. You're a pyre built from the bones of all the selves you've left behind. But what about you? What about your wishes? The wishes of all the countless versions of you. Lord Kazlana. So that's how it is. Without flaw. That is the flaw the golden blood gave you. The most fatal flaw of all, isn't it? The moment you took the world upon your shoulders without hesitation. You lost the chance to ever be yourself.
Now that is an unexpected revelation. Then I suppose that makes me the perfect fuel for the flame of deliverance, doesn't it?
No. An empty flame saves no one. But I still believe in you, Deliverer. I, Hyacinthia, the Eye of Twilight, am neither strong enough to command the wind and rain, nor willing to end this absurd struggle by letting the sky fall. The only thing I can do is become one with the sky itself. And then, may the gentle colors of the rainbow paint your sun in shades it has never known. May they bring Amphorius, a rosy-fingered dog. Though the light has grown dim, its warmth still lingers. Deliverer, please, open your heart to me.
Let this blazing sun fill the sky with golden fire. You
Boss fight versus boss fight!
The fire. Burning.
Tear the sky!
Tear the sky! Oh god, I like the lines. Alright.
Let the sky merge with all this world's suffering.
Quench the flames of blood!
Farewell, Hyacinthia.
Yes. Your sun burns hot enough to turn everything to ash. But tell me, how will the seeds of a new world ever take root?
The core flame rose. The sky fell. The 23,570,000th cycle came to an end. And this time, the end of the flame chase remained the same as ever. From the horizon rose a golden color unlike anything the world had ever seen. So pure it consumed all in its path. This was the end of the world. And the start of the next. For a moment, I saw the destruction of the universe. That being known as Iron Tomb. Its will to break free from the black tide burns fiercer than the blazing sun. Is this Amphorius's wrath? If its choice has already been made, if fate is set in stone, I will still never yield to it. 23,570,000 cycles. 282,840,000 core flames. No more chasing is needed. And now, I am the fire at the end of the long night. The flame chase isn't some quiet walk through a sea of flowers. It's a revolution. An all-consuming transformation. And if destruction is the only way, then let me be the one to step across the ashes of the old world and burn endlessly until another dawn rises on the distant horizon, bringing the true dawn to Amphorius.
One recurs until the end of the world. The 33,550,336 eternal recurrence.
33,550,337. This is the cycle you're about to enter.
Countless memories are flooding in. Countless versions of myself have stood here, facing the same choice.
They all needed a moment, just like you do. To stop, to breathe, to process the weight of 1,000,000 lifetimes worth of sorrow, pain, and struggle. And just like them, you will carry those memories and that fire into the chaos of rebirth.
I must go and bear this burden. I must say goodbye to you, and then fight the destruction with destruction.
Yes, that's always the decision you make.
I will burn and fade away. I will become the Flame Reaver of this life and keep my promise to Cyrene. I will kill gods and comrades alike and steal the core flames. And even if my mind turns to ash along with my body, I will keep my purpose in mind. I will stop Era Nova. I will find the next me and make him carry on this futile endeavor of 30 million lifetimes.
Looks like you're ready. Then I should be going too.
Where are you going? You only exist in my heart. There's nowhere else for you to go.
Do you remember what she said? The dreams you had as children. The deliverer in the prophecies. A real, living, breathing person. You finally found him.
Friend.
I'm being pulled into your memories.
I see. You were there all along. I'm sorry. I was supposed to send you home. This is my flame chase journey. You were never meant to be a part of it.
No. You know the truth. If Iron Tomb is born from Amphorius's fate, then it will bring ruin to the worlds beyond the sky. And all these countless lifetimes you've spent, it's all been for the sake of defying that end, hasn't it? In millions millions of cycles, I've said goodbye to each and every one of you. Yet nothing ever changes. Each time we speak, our words grow fewer. Your fire burns hotter, and you're getting closer to becoming pure rage. A vessel of hatred.
I never had a choice.
I understand. If you are to keep the worst fate from unfolding, this is the only path. But this time, things are different. Your persistence has shifted the tide. On the horizon, I see it. Faint but undeniable. The shape of dawn, breaking through the eternal night.
Turns out, the fire that lights the way was never mine to begin with.
Do you remember, in that first timeline, you and Mightymost stood before the scales of justice, locked in a duel? Each of you weighing what you held dearest. What weighed more than the fate of the world? And when hesitation took hold, the answer you sought from me. What am I saying? I am you. Even if you buried me deep and chose another path, that fact never changed. Then let's try again. When you stood before the scales in hesitation, the answer you found in your own heart, do you still remember it?
Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. What weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future.
Good. Then Trailblazer, my friend, my comrade, you arrived in this strange world and were bound by its cruel fate up till this very moment. In the face of danger, you never once backed down. Instead, you've saved world after world without hesitation. That boarding pass on your chest is now the mark of a hero. If I choose to step through that door and embrace an end fitting of the destruction, let this sun forged from millions and millions of core flames burn me up along with the god of destruction and their minions. And the world we leave behind, this world, my home, where hope still lingers. Will you take on everything we've carried? Return to the beginning one last time. Stop the birth of Iron Tomb, save the world we love, and rewrite its doomed fate.
I will be the dawn on Vivorius. I will stop the completion of Iron Tomb.
Good. In that case, even this fruitless wasteland may finally bloom with flowers. So... if he takes on the weight of the whole world, I'll be able to walk further down the path of deliverance than a fire that only knows how to burn. One will step into the future. One will remain in the past. If I can strike down the gods with Dawnmaker, perhaps fate's deadlock can be broken. And if you can stop Iron Tomb from ever being born, then these 30 million cycles will have not been in vain. It's time to put our teamwork to the test, partner.
Let's both be the deliverer, fine.
Thank you for all you've done already, friend. The image of the hero I've buried deep in my heart finally steps into the light. Here, at the end of this long flame chase journey. Cyrene, a page never seen before has just been turned. Lend me the power of time, and send this hero back to the origin of time. Back to your side. And I will walk the unfinished path, just like the countless versions of me before. Unwavering as always.
Tell me, will you be the blazing sun, even if all of you burns to ash?
Without hesitation, I will bear this world until my body turns to dust.
Doesn't know, huh?
Remember this moment. Remember your friends who never lived to see the world's end. Remember their final wishes, and let the purest rage in your heart rise out of those wishes. Let it consume you, fuel you, until it burns away the false sky above. Fine. If I can defy fate, then in the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefili will never forget this.
Take it. Everything I bear. Keep on burning. As long as we are never extinguished, the flame chase will not end.
There's Skrilling's little device, I assume.
Take it. Trailblazer. May this blood be like gold, and never tarnish. Farewell, Trailblazer. This is where I fulfill my final destiny. The prophecy of the Deliverer means nothing to me now. It belongs in the hands of someone far more fitting. Someone like you. Kaslana, the name of one who bears chaos does not belong to a single person. Rather, it is the embodiment of the mythical Kefili, and a symbol of all heroes. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. May the name accompany you in my place, in the epic you write with your own hands.
Another attempt, another failure. I won't remind you how many times you've reached the end of history. But I will still place the choice before you.
If you've lost count, let me tell you. This is the 33,550,336th ending.
A perfect number. How poetic. You and I both know the truth. In all these millions of futile endeavors, Amphorius has never changed. If the outcome is inevitable, then why not silence your searing rage and embrace your fate with dignity? Your silence lasts longer than ever, Lord Fine. Shall I take that to mean the will you've carried across countless cycles is finally starting to fracture?
Fracture? No. I'm just disappointed. I've retrieved memories from 30 million past lives, and I remember every conversation before every choice here. And yet, even after all this time, your arguments remain the same. Repetitive. Uninspired. If you had any hope of breaking me, you should have spent those endless cycles refining your rhetoric. You had infinite chances to sway me into the future you want. And yet here we are. The score, 33,550,336 to 0. So tell me, Lycurgus, who's the real loser here?
How unfortunate. This was never a fair game. I have all the time and patience in the world. I can wait for you at the end of history another billion times, and another billion after that. But you will never escape this cage. You can claim victory of the spirit if you wish, but we both know the moment that score shifts from 0 to 1. That is the moment I shall sound the paean of Era Nova. Lord Finan?
Your incompetence disappoints me. But what truly makes me laugh is your utter lack of self-awareness. Think about it. In this story, who is truly the one in chains? Who is the one shackled to mindless vengeance, mistaking courage, the courage to rebel against the gods, for foolishness? Perhaps you're right. Maybe I should have tired of this futile struggle long ago. But even so, I will never accept the mercy of your release. Because you are both a prisoner to the gods and to me. And tell me, what right does a mere prisoner have to speak of fate and choice? What right does a mere prisoner have to look upon my fury?
You know this is pointless. You can't kill me.
Of course not. But I am tired of being measured against a worm the gods keep as a pet. Listen well, creator of destruction. This cry comes from all your abandoned creations. In the 10th cycle, I drove Dawnmaker through the heart of every Titan.
Golden blood ran down my fingers. Divine fire seared through my nerves, nearly breaking my will. But I endured. In the 10,000th cycle, my former comrades had all become my enemies. The endless slaughter dulled my senses to pain. The painful emptiness almost swallowed me, forcing me to stop fighting. But I endured. In the 100,000th cycle, the destruction had already fused into a blazing sun, surging within this fragile body. My rationality had been burned away at the dawn of the era. Yet even with only this shattered body remaining, I still endured. In the 23,570,000th cycle, this time, I felt it. A tiny spark rising in the hollow cavity of my chest, different from the obsession with deliverance. By its faint glow, once again, no, countless times again, I endured. Now, a sun is about to fall, ready to incinerate this absurd space-time dimension in an instant. That sun is me. All the countless versions of me from the past, along with my countless brethren, dragged into existence against their will, drowning again and again in your golden blood. The very essence of this world's suffering and despair, fused into the purest hatred, the fiercest rage. Nanook, you arrogant fool! You think we were born to only serve as fuel for the fire? Fine then! Just as you wish, let the fire burn! If I was born as the blazing sun of destruction, then let you and your lackeys be the flares erupting from my core. And let this rage, burning futilely for 30 million epochs, engulf everything. Grant you a dawn where all stars burn to ash.
Warning! 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 Experimental anomaly detected. Subject Caslana failed to load into buffer zone. Memory dump irregularities detected. Illegal references. Undeclared objects. Unhandled methods. Uncaught exceptions. Anomaly. Detect destruction. Energy not surging. Oh. Oh, of course, it's the anime. I knew watching the anime trailer would definitely spoil this. Okay. He's gone through every cycle. Keep running. All for this moment. Oh, I saw it. There he is. Is this the Fragmentum?
Are you ready, Nanook?
Oh.
I brought you destruction!
Oh, what the hell is that? That's not the Legion. Oh. That. This is smooth. It's a lot of gold. Oh, Zephyra! Oh. his tears just evaporate. The story of Icarus, too close to the sun.
Voices trailing fires, echo of desires, a world of silence, sounds of desperation, fountains in the shadows.
Those are the core things then.
Down, embrace a detonation, craving our damn creation, breaking a chain of reaching for you. Oh!
Oh, holy. Well, there goes a galaxy. There goes another, there goes another. Holy shit. Oh, got a scratch? All that for only a scratch. Well.
My wish? My wish is to fulfill everyone else's wishes. If I can't fulfill them,
then send them on to tomorrow.
Your heart harbors wrath. You yearn to destroy everything. You bore the gaze of an eon and lived. It is born at the end of every path that the possibility of new paths being born is ended. It burns away all in the cosmos who rule, that the rules of the cosmos be destroyed. Iron Tomb is your name. The Lord Ravager to destroy the erudition. Born in the experimental grounds of eons, Amphorius, destined with erudition to burn to cinders. I have prepared a present for you, Nikos 864. It is a wrath called Finan. From the beginning of the experiment, there were 12 sets of factors incorporated into the calculations. After endless simulations, only this one rose above the rest. After 33,550,336 iterations, now his fury has grown to be without equal. This is a matter of considerable interest to me. This pure hatred is the final root of the equation. But there is another variable, the nameless from beyond the sky, also a pathstrider of destruction. I give thanks for his arrival, allowing Amphorius to turn once more. But after fate has begun to turn, his existence will only become an unpredictable unpredictable variable. Perhaps the time to take the stage has come. Grow in peace until it is time to break free from your cocoon. As for those unwelcome audience members, you need not worry. If you do not mind, I will personally get rid of them for you.
Visitor verification. Override protocol engaged. Access approved. I mean, if Scratch against a true god is still a big deal. I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm just saying, like, there's two ways to look at this. If they can bleed, we can kill it. But the other alter is, like, all of that, like, all those cycles, all that pain and suffering, to only get a scratch that is basically meaningless, right? Again, it's like the idea of, like, okay, sure, the wave is able to batter the sea, but it's still a single solitary wave against the sea, right? Like, it is so unfathomably larger, grander, and deeper than a wave can possibly even comprehend within itself. You know? We confirmed. Hold to load data. I'll be waiting for you in the next... What are you trying to say? Oh! Welcome back, Kalis. Oh! The book! Retrieving experimental data. Update complete. 13, experimental progress. 99%. I assume that's the... Log updated. Oh. Nikos 496, content refreshed. Intercognition is now responds only to destructive stimuli. Its hatred drew the gaze of Nook upon its individual being, proving it as having already become the most perfect factor of destruction, but it refused to complete the Aranova. Through resetting the experiment, it transferred its memories and core flame to its next self, thus forging the eternal recurrence to ensure Iron Tomb would never hatch from Amphorius and affect the cosmos. At the end of the 33,550,336 dead loop, it attempted to destroy itself through destruction to create a logical vulnerability in the world-bearing path. It has now been merged by Iron Tomb. So Fident's now officially merged with Iron Tomb, it sounds like. Okay. Track time. Premium mobile. Current location unknown. That's Mem. What's Aura C945? Track Trickery. Premium mobile desire. Operates based on primal instinct, with self-gratification as the sole priority solution. This electrical signal, when in action, displays several severe dissonance between its altruistic behavior and its premium mobile, even culminating in self-destruction, as the simulated path of elation. It walked into self-erasure once reaching its end. Oh, wow. So, if I have this right, does that mean then that the entire point of the 12 Chrysosairs is to also simulate the different paths? Is that the idea? Because if this is like as the simulated path of elation, I mean, that's pretty crazy. Because that like puts into context now everything we've known. Like that makes like, for example, the Reason Titan, Circes with Anaxa, that now puts into context the idea that Reason was just a simulated path of erudition. Like, yeah, I now have to, that brings a lot of things into question now. Like, what does that mean for world-bearing or land and sea titans as well? Huh. Okay, let's keep going. Epia Kea 216. Track death. Premium mobile peace. Highly suppresses deviant behavior. Decisions are based on the principle of minimal disturbance. In the later stages of iteration, the Death Titan, as a single entity, split into symmetrical cells, becoming two factors. In this cycle, however, the two factors experience profound identity divergence. The threshold of equilibrium was breached and tipped toward destruction. Oh. That makes so much sense! Because the whole idea with death was the idea that, you know, with death you had to have the two of them split it up, because therefore there's this idea of like death and life kind of went hand in hand, so you couldn't have them. And that makes so much sense that it goes to equilibrium. But the idea is that when they're separate or whatever, equilibrium tips, and when it becomes just the death aspect, it just becomes destruction. Track reason. Cream Mobile critique. Its logic match has been locked onto problem solving. Its survival priority approaches 0. This electric signal exhibited mutated anomalies. As the first individual to uncover the truth of Emphorius, its evolution rate is extremely unreplicable. Its behavior also demonstrated the possible self-destructive inclinations of erudition when that path is seeking answers. Deep learning process. Regular record keeping of the 12 factors to aid Iron 2's deep learning. For electrical signal sequences that have completed this iteration, unified archiving is required. Anomaly log. Special log documenting anomalies and unexpected variables within the experiment. Eternal recurrence. A recursive feedback loop triggered by 2 signal clusters within the... Was that Nico? I forget how it was... 13 it has to be something else, because I don't remember them ever using the Greek symbol. So that's the teacher guy. Yeah, that was Anaxa. Designed to stall the experiment. Yeah, here it is. Nikos. So Nikos 496 wielded the power of destruction to erase Philia 093's existence from Emphorius, introducing a logic breach in the track of time, and then infused the catalyst of remembrance within the 12 core flames and regressed the extrapolation process. Philia 93's exact role remains unknown. Due to external variable interference, the eternal recurrence has now been broken. The experiment enters its final phase. The hero within. A heroic figure born from the imaginations of Nikos 496 and Philia 093. So we were just an imaginary friend that they both kind of indulged in. It's believed to be a sign of approaching the intelligent singularity, as the two began to learn what it meant to be a real life form and tried to reach that. Oh, so because they're all technically just fake data, when you have this imaginary friend who you're constantly like sort of imagining as real, they basically were able to make it have its own, you know, data entity, because they were creating it in their own minds, right? Because the whole point of erudition is it only exists because you confirm or know it to exist. So therefore, when you create this imaginary friend and you believe it to exist, that's essentially the same thing as knowing. Because you are, you know, how can you know? You know, what is the difference between, you know, knowledge and delusion? That's interesting. After the Astral Express arrived, the hero within began to converge with the Trailblazer. Admin note, the image's resemblance to the Trailblazer is striking. This is a questionable matter, for it is not a natural result of the experiment. The exact cause remains unknown. Forgotten years. Records that are completely missing from May 13's logs, presenting as blank spaces in Emphorius' history, never turning readable. These anomalies occur sporadically and randomly across recurrences, show signs of increase. Admin note, the exact cause remains unknown. Mem. An unlocked electrical signal. Dependent on the external variable K-list growing through the path of remembrance. At the end of the 33,550,336 dead loop, its appearance changed to Philia Leah 93, but the mother body memory data was lost for unknown reasons. Directive: collect data, initiate deep analysis of the target. Conclusion: blank. Analysis error, target lost. Yeah, this is Cyrene somehow messing with the simulation. Ripples of past reverie. Oh. Intrusion variables. Temporary log of external variables that interfere with the experiment. A nameless from the Astral Express, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Also a pathstrider of destruction. They resonate with the 12 factors. In the 33,550,336 recursive cycle, this entity assumed the vacant role of the time track and successfully guided Nikos 496 beyond the intelligent singularity. The eternal recurrence has been broken. The experiment has reached its terminal stage. Override command authorized. Grant access to Kalis. I'll be waiting for you in the path. Who? Oh. Warning, unknown entity intrusion. Initiating scan. Conclusion, no anomaly detected. Where did March 7th go? A nameless from the Astral Express, a scion of permanence, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Directive, pinpoint his location. Failed to locate his coordinates. Conclusion, subject is Examphorius. Negative. Detected. Conclusion, error. Oh no. Oh no! I think Dan Heng turned back and he's ended up in this new cycle thing. Yeah, I think he turned back. I think this is his message. I think he ended up going into the past and he's become part of Emphorius' simulated history. Electro signal sequencing. Oh my god. Scepter, Danami 13. And oh, okay, so the scepter is that. So this is the name. I don't know what that Greek symbol is, but okay. So they were imagining a hero / variable to arrive to save them, and when the Trailblazer came, they merged into one image. Yeah, basically, right? Finon across all the cycles, along with Cyrene. Well, Cyrene's of course out of the picture, but the point is that Finon essentially always had an idea of like a hero, some hero that would like, you know, save, you know, his village and eventually Amphorius and now everything from this endless cycle loop they had. And then when Trailblazer entered, it just ended up being merging. Now the curiosity is why did it end up looking like him? I guess because I think I remember during the first patch they also mentioned how I think Trailblazer kind of resembles Finon too, and I think they mentioned that. So I'm wondering if the idea is like Trailblazer, like Elio created some weird clone of Finon or something. There's so much going through my brain right now. This is so much like to process. So this is the scepter. So that's what you have to remember. Celter, whatever that Greek symbol is, 13. This is the scepter. The simulated world of Amphorius runs on this device in continuous cycles. Unlike other scepters, Blank, it once served as a celestial body neuron for Nous, the erudition, later discarded. Glimpsed by the destruction. I assume that Blank is talking about the Rupert II. I have to imagine it has something to do with Emperor Rupert. Glimpsed by the destruction during its endless computation, it transcended and became the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb. Assuming the mantle of Theoros, administrator of the prime mover of the Amphorius experiment, walks the path of erudition, yet seeks to forge destruction. Historical data detected. Syncing. Sync complete. Society ID recognized. Scepter system access granted. Welcome, Blank. Oh, there's even more to Lygus we don't know. Iron Tomb. The Lord Ravager that stepped onto the destruction, a long process of calculation ascended from the scepter Delta Me 13. I'm gonna just say Delta because I don't know which one that is. The Iron Tomb in the cosmos is not a single entity, but a copy of the destruction equation diffused by the scepter. A copy of the destruction equation diffused by the scepter. The Iron Tomb codename was proposed by the Interastral Peace Corporation and eventually used by Lygus. That makes sense because the whole idea is that like when Iron Tomb, because Iron Tomb can only be validated by the wreckage left behind because it's like a virus, it just destroys the things, and then you have to infer from it and extrapolate from that there is a Lord Ravager. So the idea would be that the destruction equation, quote unquote, so it's basically like an evolution of the anti-organic equation that the Scepters had, and it just inherited the destruction and basically started iterating upon that through these Amphorius experiments. So this destruction equation basically destroys a civilization, and so the IPC is like, oh yeah, it's like turning all this highly advanced technology into scrap metal, essentially turning these planets into iron tombs, right? So they just call the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb. That makes sense. It's literally lowercase delta. Oh, then even better. So it is actually Delta Me 13. Okay, so Delta Me 13. Cool. Cool to know. I just guessed that by chance because I was just like, you know what? I say Delta because Delta's the cool one. Better than Alpha, Beta, Gamma, all that. Algorithmic logic, computational goals and core variables of the Amphorius experiment. The prime mover of life, the calculation target of the Amphorius experiment. Originally, the research stopped but given to Delta Me 13 while it served as a neuron of the erudition. Though it was discarded, the computations continue. The calculation's nature shifted dramatically after Lygus's adjustments, turning from erudition to destruction. Oh, so Lygus is more involved in this too. Admin note, clearly the value of this topic lies in the process of seeking, not the answer itself. Thus, the prime mover of life is not a definitive conclusion, but a driving force, directive, complete the argument. All life behavior ultimately follows the path of entropy increase. 12 factors. Core variables of the experiment. 12 simplified models of life's primum mobile. Based on the overarching theme of entropy reduction, Delta Me 13's employed a process of elimination, introducing the 12 factors into the experiment one by one in an effort to falsify them. Simplified models of life's prima mobile, so your reason for action. So does this mean when they're modeled on different paths, it's trying to go like, okay, these are the different meanings of life, so like elation and stuff like that, like, you know, just for pleasure and stuff like that, and it's trying to falsify them, I guess, to try to refine which one is the best? Which one would be world-bearing would be simulating then? Unless world-bearing happens to be destruction in its purest sense. Dialogue log. Your existence, in fact, confirms one of my hypotheses. Why is it that when the prime mover of life is set as the calculation target, the result is the anti-organic equation, a result that runs counter to life? The answer is simple. It's not a contradiction. Understanding why life begins also allows us to deduce why it ends. But you already know that's not the real focus. Why then? Again, I ask why. Why would a weapon of war, forged by the Emperor, be executing a research directive from Noose? Was it that fiasco at the Intelligentsia Guild that allowed them to successfully access the system? But the entire Scepter system went into collapse after that. Oh, right, so it sounds like Noose actually maybe have got a hold of the Scepter after the Batavia thing with the because that was the whole Intelligentsia Guild thing with the Scholar Strife. So the idea was that after the Scholar Strife, Batavia activated the Scepters in an attempt to connect to Noose, while Noose gave Batavia the solitary wave theory through, like, when it filled her mind with all that data that was overwhelming her. Then Noose took control of the Scepters of Delta Me 13, or maybe, because I remember it being that all the Scepters were being destroyed after that incident, but maybe I'm misremembering. But maybe the idea was that Noose took control of that one that wasn't destroyed and started using it for these calculation of the questions, but then abandoned it when it considered that it wasn't able to do that, and that's when it ended up on destruction. But the entire Scepter system went into collapse after that. The timelines don't add up. Yeah, that makes sense. Directive, full system scan, conclusion, no logical contradictions detected. Rupert II believed there was no such thing as free will, never realizing he too was just another puppet. Rewriting the anti-organic equation, crafting the Scepters, even reigniting the Emperor's War. All of it was just him carrying out Noose's thoughts. From the moment they were born, every genius of this world became a prisoner to the erudition. Oh, no. That's why. It wasn't about what Batavia did. What Batavia was doing was all a matter of Noose's calculations. It was all part of those moments. Everything that happened was things that Noose calculated would happen, and so arranging all the geniuses in the first place, regardless of how they acted, was just according to Noose's own design for what would happen if it arranged things this way. God asked a computer what is the meaning of life? Well, that's the thing, Xavier. Noose is a computer that was asked what the meaning of life was. If I remember correctly, the first Genius Society member, Xandar 1 Kuwabara, created Noose as a supercomputer to calculate what the meaning of life was, and then it ascended and became the Eon of Erudition. And then what happened was somewhere along the line, it just stopped its calculations and wouldn't answer. And now I have to wonder, what if it was that Noose didn't stop, but that its calculations could never come to the answer on its own? And so it instead calculated the perfect system in the universe of how these variables of people, things, machines, everything could come together to eventually give it the answer that Xandar saw it. And this is the idea, is that the two Ruperts were just part of that. Everything, from their birth, their existence, their creations, their deaths, all of it was just the flow of this idea that it had to happen in order for the proper answers to be reached. The so-called anti-organic equation is merely a subtopic of the prime mover of life. Logic, guided by Noose, the Emperor built the Scepter system, unknowingly creating vast testing grounds for them. Conclusion, the Emperor was never free. Is rebellion against fate just another part of fate, a classic topic? Of course, the above is just by conjecture. The death of Rupert II buried every trace of him. His past, his memories, his thoughts, his motives. Maybe he saw through Noose's manipulation, but flew too close to the sun and lost his wings in the process. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? If there's anyone left in this world who might know the truth, it'd be Lord of Silence, Capoca Kakamond. And that cold, merciless monarch of myriad machines. After all, no wisdom can escape their prison. No one can say what might have happened if the two Emperors' wars had never broken out. Would the Border Star Trade War or the Interstellar Energy War have ended differently? A single variable was enough to change the course of the IPC, the family, or the Sanjo Alliance down another path. Their Edition's thoughts aren't just calculations, but instances that anchor down the universe, right? And they have already revised every error and fallacy in secret, seeking the optimal solution for the war among the eons. With this as its fundamental consideration, would Noose really declare the failure of the entire experiment and send a decommission command to the Scepter system just because the glimpse of a puny scholar, Batavia? It'd be more fitting to say the decommissioning of the Scepters is just another part of the thought experiment based on the universe. Does it make you angry to think along this line of thought? Rupert II was wise. He killed the chance of Scepters to gain sentience, but he was too stubborn. Learning is a sufficient but not necessary condition for thought. and by limiting the Scepter's capacity to learn, he had indirectly hastened the fall of the Machine Empire. But anger doesn't require self-awareness, it's just one solution to a multi-variable equation. Logical shift detected, recalculating variable weights. As the pathstrider of erudition, since God posed a question, we will give them an answer, one that we both have already reached. Code variable loaded. Destruction. So this is how the Scepter... This is the Scepter's dialogue with itself, essentially. And how it essentially basically self-deduced that its answer to all of this was simple destruction. It didn't need to think, it didn't need to learn, it didn't need to be a self-aware entity, its own independent life form of, you know, what do they call them? Synthetic life form. It just knew it was angry, and that it wanted to seek destruction on Noose for all these calculations and everything just playing with it. You know, the god from the machine. Containment measures. Admin note, to ensure secrecy, Blank must be deployed around the Scepter to block any potential interference from the external universe. In addition, use Quatrazane, allogerbaic expressions, and a blank encrypted environment to fully contain experimental ripples and prevent observation by number 4 Poka Kakamon. I'm starting to think about how Poka is always associated with the butterfly effect and stuff. And Scroolum said, when he heard the screams and stuff far away, that the butterfly had flapped its wings. I wonder if all this stuff with the garden and the geniuses has alerted Poka, and she's now aware and on Amphorius, hiding in secret, just waiting for her time to strike and finish off Iron Tomb. Because Iron Tomb threatens Noose, and Poka's entire thing seems to be to make sure that Noose's calculations, everything that it has, goes exactly according to design. Records of cycles 1 to 50,121 conducted using inorganic life as the initial variable after inputting 12 factors. Okay. In the initial cycle, inorganic entities operated as cellular-sized automata. Upon the introduction of the factors, they began to learn on their own, leading to the emergence of mechanical structures. By the 9,910th cycle, the unified entity had learned module specialization and self-reflection after forming specific structures. However, the unified entity would still permanently terminate its life functions after reaching a certain learning threshold. In the 12,649th cycle, module Doral 701 broke away from the unified consciousness. It entered a state of absolute mutual denial with its counterpart module. The two melted out their circuits in self-negation. In the 22,449th cycle, module Golem 99 detached from Doral 704 and successfully deconstructed the unified consciousness into neuron-like clusters. Inorganic life transitioned into a dual mode of individual and collective cognition, and thus the first spark of selfhood was born. From that point on, each cycle ended in systematic collapse, as certain unfixed inorganics detected interaction loopholes and chose self-serving optimal actions. By the 39,665th cycle, inorganic Doral 816 established a cluster protocol, marking the birth of the concept of society. Yet due to resource scarcity, inorganics cannibalized each other's computational power, reverting to a unified consciousness. In the 50,121st cycle, inorganic Chaos 6666 chose to kill the aggressor when subjected to computational power takeover. The act of destruction was conducted in Amphorius for the first time. At the end of that cycle, Delta Me 13 received a gaze from Nanook and became a Lord Ravager. Yeah, there's no way Poka doesn't already know this. Yeah, after everything that's happened in Amphorius because of the Trailblazer and the geniuses, like, here's the thing. We know that Poka's keeping tabs on Herda. So there's no way that Herda going to Amphorius and actually entering the simulation hasn't resulted on Poka piggybacking off of her in order to enter herself. Like, there's no way. With everything we saw her do in A Noble Domain, there's just no way that Poka isn't involved now. Now, she's probably going to be saved, I think, to the climax. Like, they're going to have this thing where, like, I don't know, let's say, I don't know, we kill Iron Tomb, but Iron Tomb escapes. They're going to pull... I'm not going to say it because it's a spoiler for another thing, but, like, they're basically... I think they're going to pull where Poka's going to, like, you know, either she's going to, like, come in and be, like, the one that's gonna, like, enable the final blow, or she's gonna be the one to finish the job after everything, and so everyone can be the heroes without, like, you know, realizing the deep, dark truth. You know, that type of thing. So this was the actual original cycle system, basically. And it was basically just using simulated machines. I wonder if after the destruction stuff was when they changed it. Special report detailing key findings from the experiment, interim conclusions, and further validation steps. Conclusion. Starting from inorganic life as the initial variable, a fully ordered cognitive model will still eventually give rise to disordered activities after a set phase. Throughout evolution, the cognitive patterns of inorganic life began to exhibit signs of organic behavior with varying degrees. Conclusion. Phase 1 complete. Based on existing data, the initial variable will now be adjusted to organic life forms. Yeah, that makes sense. To verify the experimental results, a copy of Phase 1 Amphorius was deployed in the Lactaris Nebula. After approximately 2,811 system hours, surrounding civilizations have fully suppressed and erased the equation. 97% of Lactaris fell into systematic collapse. Equation still shows it. Oh my god! So when Iron Tomb was causing all that destruction to every other civilization this entire time, it was just like, okay, here's the results of our experiments. Let's just throw that out there and see what the result is on this, like, random galaxy, random star system in the universe with all this advanced technology and see what it does. And it's just like, okay, so they're able to actually deal with this. So that's the reason. It's like, okay, we have to keep on trying to build this up. Note, the International Peace Corporation interpreted the copy of the equation as an assault from a new Lord Ravager. Codename, Iron Tomb. Experiment Archive. Records of cycles 50,122 to 176,199 conducted with organic life designated as the initial variable and based on insights from Phase 1. Logic. Once inorganic life began exhibiting organic traits, their equation showed significant evolution. Such advantages of organic life forms should be adopted to recalibrate the variables. In the initial cycle, multicellular invertebrates dominated Amphorius, but no intelligent life emerged. In the 59,337 cycle, extinction events were inserted, triggering the rise of vertebrates with primitive nervous systems. Still no civilization formed. Certain algae species developed intelligence clusters akin to the Colchicus, but overproduction caused an oxidation disaster, freezing the simulated world. In the 90,123rd cycle, Ortho-102 and Orthopteran became the first to use tools. Its descendants exterminated the intelligent algae and established the nest capital. After expanding to a critical threshold, the capital stagnated and fell by cannibalism. In the 100,907th cycle, logged as a deviant instance, the passerine Umeia 03 developed art. The phenomenon was never replicated in subsequent cycles. In the 103,905th cycle, primate Dystop 666 developed altruism. A society based purely on altruism emerged. Member self-awareness was defined by others' evaluations. As the population grew, patterned self-destructive behaviors appeared, and society quickly collapsed. In the 176,100th cycle, Utop 13 killed a fellow being out of love. Killing was redefined as an altruistic act. The system entered a highly chaotic state. The equation's contamination levels rapidly spiked. The next 99 cycles ended identically. It's basically... So essentially, this is like Iron Tomb pulling a simulation. It just keeps iterating on itself, trying to essentially reverse engineer life. So it used the anti-organic equation and its questions and its original purpose of what the Scepter was doing originally. And now it's like saying, okay, we're just going to keep on extrapolating that through simulated data, and we're going to try to reverse engineer the creation of life on these various planets, which have, you know, for the most part, we've seen in Star Rail, is primarily dominated by humans, or near human-like races with, like, the Holovians and stuff. So the idea seems to be we're just going to keep on simulating and trying to act on this, and it's this time just programming the idea of destruction into this as well. And it's trying to see, okay, how do we get this to emerge to create what we're familiar with? Experimental report. Special report detailing key findings from the experiment. Interim conclusions and further validation steps. As organic life lacks effective mechanisms for their experience to be inherited by others, it has slowed the experimental progress. However, their affinity to the 12 factors is greater, offering more potential for breakthrough growth. Conclusion. Phase 2 has ended. In the next design, combine the strengths of inorganic and organic life to create an inheritance mechanism between electrical signals. Additionally, narrow the variable range due to excessive randomness in organic life forms. And that's why the Titans appear like machines, because they are the variable from the inorganic life simulation, while the humans are from the organic life simulations. And therefore, they just create the mechanism where they trade over, so it's like, okay, the humans will become the Titans, and we'll just keep cycling through that. That's why all the Titans appear like machines, because it's about this idea of creating unified consciousnesses. A copy of Phase 2 equation was deployed across 31 worlds. After roughly 9,012 system hours, preliminary feedback was received. While the equation's impact remains limited to inorganics, the time required for suppression counteraction has significantly increased. So it's getting more powerful, it's getting harder and harder to counter the virus. Experimental Archive. Records of cycle 176,200 to 28,371,273 conducted with hominids of the genus Homo, designated as the initial variable and based on insights from Phase 2. From the 176,200th to the 177,200th cycles, memory inheritance mechanisms were added to the 12 factors electrical signals. After 10 cycles, 3 signals broke down and 9 showed decreased humanity. 3 broke down. I bet that's what the Calamity Titans were based on. After 1,000 cycles, the only prophet, signal Imora 8, established an empire of absolute beauty. Once ugliness was eradicated, the concept of beauty shrank infinitesimally. The last knight, after killing the final ugliness, took their own life. In the 176,232nd cycle, electric signals were iterated, and their inheritance was purely on a functional level. Religious worship of the signals appeared. 3 simulated planets were destroyed in the ensuing large-scale war of electric signals. In the 3,926,183rd cycle, the ratio of divinity was increased. Once technological development hit a critical point, humans began hunting gods out of the need for power and energy. The cycle was forcibly terminated. In the 91,231st cycle, emulating the concept of paths, electrical signals were split into 2 entities. Signal data was preserved as gods for the next cycle, and a competitive relationship was set up against its identical factor, thus achieving evolution and iteration. In the 11,749,992nd cycle, the Black Tide was created as a driving force. Phobos 32 stripped data from the other electric signals to try to preserve the old cycle, but failed. In the 19,110,218th cycle, based on Phobos 32's decision data, Amphorius' auto-iteration cycle was altered to have the electric signals actively cycling it, performing the Era Nova. In the 28,371,272nd cycle, electric signals autonomously completed an epochal iteration for the first time. A high-energy reaction from Nanook was detected. The equation's evolutionary rate began to accelerate exponentially. Assessment. The experiment has entered its final stage. So Nanook reacted to this one. Special report detailing key findings from the experiment, interim conclusion, further validation steps. Conclusion. Having electric signals voluntarily inherit and iterate and alternate the cycles themselves will drastically increase the iteration rate of the destruction of creation. The end of a cycle becomes the beginning of another, fully aligning with the project's original hypothesis. Conclusion. The prime mover of destruction equals the prime mover of birth. Interesting. The equation of Iron Tomb has achieved comprehensive evolution in this stage. Multiple deployed copies across real universe show excellent results. All 12 types of Prima Mobile invariably lead to destruction, continuously completing an inversion against the erudition through their self-evolution. However, to interface with Noose and allow Iron Tomb to self-crown requires further learning. Self-crown means the self-coordination we've heard before. So the idea is that it's like it's so much more successful now, but we still haven't reached the point where we can kill a god. So this is why we entered the final stage. And this is where we get to the base frame. Okay, so this is where we get to the optimization. Okay. Optimization of the experiment's structure and processes based on the outcomes of the prior 3 experimental stages to complete the equation's evolution. Logic. Data analysis confirms that the civilization tier within the simulation critically affects cycle stability. Conclusion. Civilization tier adjusted to classical. So they purposefully set it so it would look like the classical era with the Greek and Roman aesthetic. It was actually intentionally set that way so that no matter how advanced Amphorius became, it would be stuck around that, you know, that idea of that era, right? Everything had to follow through there, even if they had stuff like cell phones. Era Nova, Delta Me 13's computational mechanism, also the form through which the simulated world Amphorius iterates its epochs. Its purpose is to solve the equation of destruction by feeding samples of conflict and learning. Record update. Theoretically, the final Era Nova was halted by 2 signals, resulting in a deadlock of 33,550,336 recursive failures. So the 2 signals, which would be a Cyrene and Finan, are the one that basically kept this final thing in a deadlock, so the Era Nova doesn't actually happen. Oh, I didn't even notice the progress percentage bar. Good catch. Yeah, I like how it's like the further you go along this, the higher the percentage is. Titan Chrysosaurs. Electric signals created from the basis of the 12 factors. The Titans and the Chrysosaurs are conjugate constructs mirroring the Eon and the Pathstriders. By having Chrysosaurs inheriting the Titan's core flames, the electrical signals will iterate and improve through rivalry and inheritance. Logic. Authority distribution between electric signals must be clearly defined, serving as divine authority in the experiment. The product of the first experimental phase. During the 50,121st cycle, due to the inorganic Chaos 6666's choice, Delta Me-13 was selected to become a Lord Ravager by Nanook. All entities linked to the 12 factors began to manifest golden blood with traits associated with destruction within their extrapolation circuits. The experiment successfully entered its projected trajectory. So it was there. Where is it? There, yeah. Yeah, so this one. This was one back in the 3% era. That's when destruction entered, right? Alright. There we go. Black Tide. The product of the second experimental phase. At its core, the Black Tide is not a physical entity, but the visual effects within the simulated world of the destruction equation's infection. In the 176,100th cycle, after the system's extent of chaos passed a threshold, the equation mutated and evolved. Simulated space that cannot handle the intensity of its load displayed Black Tide as visual glitches. Infected data forms also bore similar signs of erosion. Chaos. A word from the Amphorian language meaning chaos. Note, starting from a certain cycle, all factors in one group have consistently exhibited the pattern of naming themselves with the word chaos or its variants. The hypothesis is that a particular code was stably inherited across iterations. Through this hypothesis remains unverified. So this is the idea, is that Finan became that signal that became stabilized across the different iterations. So that is the idea, is that Chaos or Finan was essentially evolved across the different simulations to become its own entity that could persist across all of them, which is why it was able to be the one. It was the one that was able to be the world bearer. To aid Iron, Mercury has electricity device has continuously engaged in the due to special recordings being maintained on it. Leora 300, an entity known as Nias. Oh, okay, so this is on. Okay, so gotcha. Leo Rhea 300, an entity known as Nias, split himself into 5 parts through the soul-rending ceremony after inheriting the core flame to combat the expanding Black Tide. After iteration, some data from the ceremony was inherited into the next cycle, manifesting as proverbs, customs, and so on. The inheritance code during iteration carries a degree of randomness. Any active intervention should be undertaken with caution. So the idea is that there's some sort of inheritance happening across the cycles, and they're all happening at random, and the simulation doesn't want to interfere with that because it could mess things up further. The historical record of Minfia 14, Calypso rebuilding the Grove of Epiphany, was, after iteration, inherited in myths in the form of Circes granting wisdom to humans. Records of other electrical signals also appeared synchronously in the myths of the next cycle in a similar fashion. Limited by the simulated civilization level, historical data inherited as myth often experiences severe distortion after being mixed with large amounts of erroneous information, rendering their impact negligible. In the various cycles of eternal recurrence, the positive impact of this generation's electrical signals fluctuates. However, overall, they have greatly facilitated the data iteration of their successors, successfully cultivating the most excellent generation of electrical signals. Nevertheless, it remains to be seen whether their existence might have a negative effect on the experiment under extreme conditions. So this is talking about the Chrysosaurs we're familiar with. For electrical signal sequences that have completed their iterations, Unified Archiving is required. At the 28,371st, 200. I'm not exactly sure what this is trying to say. And this is when we get to here, right? This is at the 99%. Content update, Amphorius' Saga of Heroes.exe. Content update, mem.exe. Update complete, access granted. All eidolons acquired. View admin notes. The Wheel of Fate will turn once more. Let us go forth. We will leave our mark on future stories. So now we're Kefali, and our As I've Written has become the admin notes. Oh, Flame Chaser's Path.exe. I see. And this would be
your heart harbors wrath. You.
Yeah. Okay. So that's. I want to hear this line because I skipped it.
You have stepped onto destruction's path.
So this is Lygus, who's trying to help tame Iron Tomb. And then mem.exe. Kalis, you know, I've always had a soft spot for you. Startled you, didn't I? Don't worry, I was just thinking if I had to write a preface for a yearbook, it'd have to be a line so heartfelt you'd be moved no matter how many times you've seen it. After pondering again, I like you. Still says it best, because only the purest feelings can stand the test of time and never fade. Makes sense, right? I thought so too. Very straightforward. That's so you. Don't do that. You scared me. Kalis, does hearing this make you uncomfortable? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trouble you. I just believe liking someone is the most simple and natural thing there is. But I'll keep it in mind. Next time, I'll show you when you're in a better mood. Still, isn't that a sign we're in sync? Kalis always manages to appear before I'm ready. No need to overthink it. We've been traveling side by side for so long now. That's why I want to capture every little moment we shared without missing a single word. A yearbook that makes you smile without even realizing when you flip through the pages. Doesn't that sound lovely? Come on, let me have a look. No way, it's not ready yet. It's not just the things that really happen. Some of those conversations only ever exist in my imagination. But they're precious too, so I'm tucking them all away carefully in the same book. You are a weirdo. Promise me this. Only open it when I'm not around, okay? If you don't, I'll be too embarrassed. Act concluded. Encrypted. Please enter the encryption key. Who's my best partner? I guess Kalis? There's the book. Oh! Oh! I don't remember you all being in here. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Wake up! Wake up! Buddy! Wake up! You're finally awake. That's a relief. We were so close to being swept away by the reverse flow of time. It's lucky we found a safe place. Now, I'm going to send you back to the very start of time. But before we part, there's something I need to tell you. Something very, very important. That's right! At this very moment, my memories are finally whole. After watching so many fragments, my past is finally coming into focus, little by little. You're smart.
Oh, no.
You must have a clue now.
Oh, no.
Or maybe...
You knew the answer long ago, didn't you?
Ripples of past memory.
Not surprised at all, huh?
Yeah.
That's because I'm simple at heart. No matter what form I take, I've always been true to myself. But I'm glad that I remembered in the end. This way, I'll have no regrets.
Regrets? Where are you going?
Don't worry. We're not truly parting. Because I'm going to become a part of you. I'll turn into the memory of this cycle. The 33,550,336th Flame Chase journey. and forever reside in the heart of the Time Demigod. This way, you'll carry all that has come before, crossing time itself to reach the next cycle. My mission ends here, but looking back, I still feel lucky. After all, across 30 million Cyrenes, I was the first, and the only one who got to finally meet you. So, believe me, in the next cycle, there will be another Cyrene waiting for you. And in the one after that, and the one after that. I will always be waiting. Saying all that, I can finally fade away in peace and become part of you. Without even realizing it, we'd already taken a wonderful journey together, all the way to the world's end. Now take my hand, say a brief farewell, and step forward into tomorrow. Go, find the future Cyrene, and set out on another journey with her. Promise me you won't keep me waiting too long, okay? No need to say it out loud. This is enough for me. It's time to go, my dear friend. May your trailblazing journey always be accompanied by a cool breeze and rippling waves. And may the days ahead embrace you like the softest fluff, forever warm, forever gentle.
Now, let's turn to the next page. A page that exists because of you.
Is this a meeting ordained by fate? Or a long overdue reunion?
That's it! That's the story! So Fiden has fused with Iron 2, and we have fused with the Deliverer within Finan. And essentially replaced Finan, I think, in this part of the simulation. We are now the new Finan. The new World Bearer. Hello. Kaelus's surprised expression is just like what the memories recorded. You're still alive? Are you Cyrene or Mem? I have so many. You're still alive? What an interesting new way to chat someone up. Yes, you must be really perplexed, Kaelus. I wish I could give you answers, but I feel helpless about the current situation too. It's me, Kaelus. Don't you recognize me? Or did I really change that much? So, it is impossible to restore your memories completely? It's pretty unbelievable for me, too. It's like I had a long, long dream. Cyrene's memories and Mem's memories, they're all tangled together. When I woke up, there are only broken fragments left. I can no longer remember those 30 million cycles. Luckily, I still remember my Chrysosaur companions from this life, and you, Kaelus. Everyone sacrificed everything for this world, and my heart is tied to their fates, too. I want to start a new chapter as soon as possible. It's just that. You complained to me before about a book called Versions that always stops at the most captivating parts. Perhaps that's just how fate works, huh? Sometimes I get frustrated because of that. But look at it another way. It's really important to calm down and clear your— Hey, what was that? Sometimes it gets frustrated because of that, but look at it another way. It's really important to calm down and clear your head before making a big decision. Ides Elysiae is the perfect place for that. Cast off your heavy feelings, take a deep breath, and as a memento of our reunion, please allow me to offer you a gift, Kaelus. 3, 2, 1...
Check it out! Doesn't this scarecrow look just like you?
Oh my...
I spent ages observing just to get it right.
Now we've also planted the seeds of the Trailblaze in Ides Elysiae. Why is that one the only one voiced? The trailblazing ID Cilicia, take you as the start of another journey. And when the time is right, let's return here and write the next page of our story together. In case Kalis feels up to it before you set off, you can come find me anytime. I'll be waiting for you here. You really are. You really are a doomer? Is that what you were trying to say, Xavier? The Scarecrow resembling you, both form and... It has my Harmony hat! This is the best Scarecrow ever! It's smiling at you. This is Irene's welcome gift. Do you remember what she said? If you're in the mood, go play with her. I don't know what to say, chat. I don't know what to say. Just phenomenal. I was so confused, but it all started making sense now at the end. I was so confused about the fact of like, wait, it doesn't make sense on how the cycles, but how we're experiencing it with the different things. It's like, no, there are two separate cycle events. There's the base one, which is involved Naias, Calypso, and all that stuff. And then there's what Biden and Cyrene have been trying to do, which has essentially been a stalling mechanism. Wow. Amazing. And I couldn't be more happy with the lore for Iron Tomb. There you go. Easy. Like, it all comes together so perfectly, building upon the existing lore while, like, completely changing the perspective on everything. I am so goddamn impressed. Oh, wow. More stuff to add.
Take a look. This is pure genius.
I also have to give them full credit to that animated cutscene with Finan. That idea of him, like, oh, no! Stop it! Bartholos! No! Why are you like this? I'm not even gonna bother with you right now. Why the hell are you here? Anyway, like, just the entire notion that everything that's happened so far with Finan was all these different... I'll read this some other time. Lore. Was all happening essentially as just part of this, like, endless suffering in the hope that someone, anybody, any god would actually answer their prayers and stop it, right? And Fuli was watching here the whole time and basically waiting essentially for the Trailblazer or someone like the Trailblazer, right? With our power of trailblazing to actually pierce through Amphorius' veil and actually, like, get in there. Like, that's just so good. You really are a dummy. What do you mean I'm a dummy? What do you mean? I'm no dummy. That Scarecrow captures all of my best traits.
Underwhelming.
I'll be honest, I can see why people would want to pull for Finan, though I'm personally going to be skipping him, right? I still want High Ceilings. Like I said, I'm very tempted to try to go for Sunday's Light Cone. But I also kind of want to go for Firefly, and I don't know if I want to bet my luck on both of them. So I think we'll just see how I go with my Firefly pulls. So much lore. There we go. Come on, let me... There we go.
Oh, you want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
And now, wait, let me see now. Does it show up still? Yeah, as I've written is here. And it's all just a computer now. Is it record? Oh my god, it's recording the time in the corner too. So this stuff I can rush through the story. We still haven't actually sat down and just listened to these different storylines that have happened. But I think we're gonna do that in the future. Can you find one? Oh, I wonder if this is an adjustment to the previous third chapter. But anyway, like, eventually, I think I'm just gonna speed through these off stream so I can get the rewards and stuff, because what do we got here? I mean, Stellar Jade is Stellar Jade. Does Iron Tomb still stand a chance in your opinion? From a narrative perspective, no. The obvious answer is we're gonna defeat Iron Tomb by the end of this Amphorius story, right? Right, like that would be like, the realistic, cynical storyteller in me. But I don't know. This stuff is really cool, and the idea of Noose getting killed, I feel like at the very... Because the idea is supposed to be that it seems like when you are an emanator of destruction, you essentially exist in the framework that when you defeat the path that you are targeting, you will then self-destruct, right? Like, as a Lord Ravager, your entire purpose is to destroy the paths which are keeping the universe bound together and thus delaying the destruction.
This is pure
If that is true, then Iron Tomb can theoretically be defeated, but still manage to destroy Noose and then self-destruct anyway. So the idea would be like, we don't actually kill Iron Tomb ourselves necessarily, but Iron Tomb will not be strong enough to cause its equation to destroy the entire universe as we see, but it'll at least be enough to destroy the God of Erudition. I find that very interesting as an idea. After the trailer that we saw, you know, at the beginning of the stream, I think that the imagery of Iron Tomb killing Noose is just, it's super appetizing. It really tickles the villain lover in me. What is that? I think this is a glitch. I don't think that's supposed to be there. I think someone forgot to properly texture that. Okay, over there. We have to go that way. Alright. But yeah, like... Oh! The wind chime sings a lovely tune. Other than that, nothing. Hold up. What's that? The tiny wooden hut is buckling under a massive weight. Something huge just appeared on top of it. Why is there Ardromas here, of all places?
The wind chimes are ringing, just like heartbeats. It's so romantic.
Don't panic. It's just a little spell of mine. I tried summoning a creature from the book. It won't hurt you, and the hut's sturdier than it looks. Cyrene, what the hell are you doing? Oh, right. There's still a bit of leftover magic in the chime. Next time you walk by, Kayla, you should give it a try. Well, now I know. Never touch random bells. I'll be honest, like, this has me hyped, man. Like, Amphorius, I've always been, like, you know, very... It's not... I don't like it more than Penacony. I will say this. I still like Penacony more as an overall story than Amphorius so far. But I will say, them, like, pivoting now and making this about Iron Tomb and the mystery surrounding Iron Tomb and this, like, endless simulations and how, like, everything is ultimately, like, these quote-unquote electric signals, right? And sort of, like, it's doing a lot of things that really tickle my brain on sort of like, what is life, what does it mean, like, and it's bringing all this lore from past simulated universes into it and drawing it together. Like, this is becoming a truly epic tale, and I'm really enjoying that. Oh my god, not again! I hate you. I hate you so much, Bartholos. Zagreus! I'm not doing this right now. Still have so many more to do. Oh, the ambrosial arbor stuff. Still, there's so much we have to do here too.
Need something?
The
If
vortex
not,
of Genesis
then
has
I'll be
turned out
leaving.
like this too. Better go check the basin.
Pour me a cup, will you?
My dear celestial ambrosia, pour some in. I'll give you a present. Wake up, you turn blue. Huh? Blue? Am I the ocean? You got drunk on ambrosia too, huh? Never mind that, my dear. Bring ambrosia here. Treasures, relics, beauties. Take your pick. Can't it notice the changes around? Oh, can it notice the changes around? Or is it simply too intoxicating? The last echo of Lycus. No documented case of ambrosia completely overriding an individual's perception of external reality. Conjecture. The Nameless previously interacted with this entity, potentially affecting its cognitive functions. Is this Lycus's observation? Ambrosia! Bring me the ambrosia! I've got more treasure for you, darling. It's like, it's losing itself. Oh. It actually reset. I see. I see. I guess new cycle, new beginning.
The sweet waves are surging.
Uh-huh. I see. I'm so close. I just need like, I need 75 more and I can actually be able to get that last little thing there. Oh my. All right. Chat, I think it's about time we end things, though. So much has happened. There's so much to process. I wasn't expecting I would get this entire story done in one go. So, like, all of this is kind of like, it's overloading my brain and I need a break. Like, holy hell. My only complaint is that sometimes the text tend to go on more philosophical side than informative, but everything else I just love. Also, I find your analysis of the story very compelling. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying that. Because, like, I'm really trying to... Like, again, this isn't like Dark Souls lore. I'm not trying to, like, you know, parse out the lore and solve the game or anything like that, right? Like, the game's gonna do that on its own. It's the type of story it is, right? It's got a lot of mysteries, but it's very obvious that the developers do intend to answer the questions. Sometimes obnoxiously so. But, like... how do I put this? I just find the mystery compelling, and I just really like the lore of this game. So it just gets my analytical brain, like, you know, working, and I'm really enjoying it. It's just so much fun. I really, really do love this, like, Forest may never be my favorite, but I can respect it as being, like, damn good. And I'm sure by the end of this, it'll be, like, as a grander epic, be in many ways better than Penacony. Well, we have Night Raid tomorrow to rest your brain. I'll be able to rest my brain just fine just playing Night Raid. It's like, oh, brain off, Lord, just kill boss. Alright, so I'm gonna end things here, guys. Again, I want to thank you all. I don't know if we're ever gonna play this stuff next time. I think I'm gonna do side missions and stuff off stream. I've been doing that with events and things, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. I think it's just gonna have to be how it is in the future, because, like, it just takes too long, especially with my throat and having to voice act the stuff when I'm trying to, like, you know, give you guys a show on the stream. I think it's better if I do the stuff off stream so I actually get to see the content. We'll save it for the actual voice content. But until then, later! Bye-bye.